que necesitan servicio de traducción en español. Yo estoy acá enfrente, les puedo dar sus audífonos y por favor se comunican conmigo. Estoy acá para los que necesitan servicio de traducción en español. Acá estoy, ¿ok?
The meeting of Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel of the Board of School Directors will please come to an
Recording in
order.
progress.
Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Director Garcia,
Present?
Director Gokul Gandhi, Director Jackson,
Present.
Director Leonard,
Present.
Director Herndon. Present. Director Zomber.
Present.
5 members are present.
The Chair will now ask the Secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The Chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks that those who do not wish to participate to please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being conducted from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public access and participation as possible, this meeting is also being broadcast via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for Spanish-speaking members of our audience and the listening audience.
La Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Nuevamente, 312-626-6799. E introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
For each of our items of business, we will hold a discussion and public hearing. If you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker slip and bring it to our secretary, Ms. Koala. Virtual speakers are asked to remain on the platform until you are called upon. After speaking, virtual speakers may follow the rest of the meeting using the broadcast information previously mentioned. When you are called to speak upon, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the Chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Because of the amount of speakers that we do have, we will limit speakers to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, at which time mics will be turned off to allow as much public testimony as possible. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send via testimony to the Board Governance P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin 53201, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, Robert Rules of Order dictates that all comments shall be directed to the chair of the committee. Also, any questions or requests, including those from the public, committee members, and the administration, are to be directed towards the chair, who will then determine the most efficient way to address them. For the safety of all and to ensure a good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in such harassing or intimidating words or actions will immediately be asked to cease. If such behavior continues, a recess will be called and the offending parties will be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or to access the agendas online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access the evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, item 1.
Item 1 is action on monthly personnel matters, action on classified personnel transactions, action on certificated appointments, action on leaves of absence, report on resignations and retirements, and the affirmative action report. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, and leaves as listed in the attachments to the item to be effective upon approval by the board.
Would the administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. We are asking your approval of the monthly personnel and reporting items before you. Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer, is here with me this evening. And between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make any comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
Just a confirmation from what it looks like, and I always keep the records month by month. It looks like we're stabilizing, like we're not having as many people resigning like we normally would see, especially at this month.
Administration.
Chair Garcia, Director Leonard, members of the committee, Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer. Yes, that is correct. Overall, I will say, comparing the school year up to this point compared to last year, we have significantly lower resignations and retirements at this time. So we are cautiously optimistic that we will continue to see this trend over the next month. I would say probably we will see the bulk of the resignations come in probably within the next week, and after that, there'll be a few that trickle in. But based on the dates we have for liquidated damages, people will be providing their resignations to us by the 25th. So we are, eager to continue to work hard over the summer to fill these positions. We've already, lining up job fairs and activities over the summer, and we're going to hit the ground running hard.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
That's good.
Good. All right. Is there any other members that wish to make comments or questions? Do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
There are no speakers registered for this item, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Then what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Zambor.
I move approval of the administration's recommendation on monthly personnel matters.
Is there any further discussion? All right. Will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Zambor to approve the administration's recommendation, Director Herndon.
I must recuse myself.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, 1 recusal. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 2 is action on recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments and reclassifications, salary increases and decreases, and limited-term employment LTE contracts exceeding 60 days. The recommendation is that the board approve the appointments, promotions, reassignments and reclassifications, salary increases and decreases, and limited-term employment LTE contracts exceeding 60 days as listed in the attachments to the item to be effective upon approval by the board.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, we're requesting your approval of this item as it outlines this month's administrative appointments, promotions, reclassifications, salary adjustments, and LTE contracts. I have with me Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer, to outline this item, after which we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Adrian Madeline, Chief Human Resources Officer. This month, it's a relatively small list as we're approaching the end of the school year, but we're excited that we have some principal appointments, so they'll hit the ground running, ready for next school year, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do committee members wish to make comments or have any questions? Do you have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
Madam Chair, there are no requests to speak on this item.
What is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Jackson.
Yes, that the board approves the administrative appointments and promotions and reassignments.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Jackson to approve the administration's recommendation, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
All right, so before we proceed to the next item, on behalf of the board, I would like to congratulate all of the candidates that are listed in the previous 2 items. You are now one step closer to appointment, promotion, or transfer. Congratulations. All right, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Next item is item 3, action on resolution 2425R-001 by Director Zombor on the relocation of Carmen High School. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed.
All right, Director Zombor, as the sponsor of the resolution, do you want to make any comments?
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I would like to make some comments. I will try to keep them brief. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak tonight. I do want to thank so many people for being here to share your thoughts and concerns and ask questions about this resolution. It's a busy time of year, and your commitment to finding the best solution doesn't go unnoticed. At the heart of this resolution is the goal of providing students with better learning environments that have adequate space. Co-locating schools with conflicting policies, schedules, facility needs, safety practices are not in the best interests of students. So here's what this resolution is and what it is not. If this resolution is adopted, it would be a directive to the administration from the board asking administration to formally notify Carmen of our intention to non-renew the lease when it expires in 2 years, and work with them to find an alternative lease space if Carmen wants one in the district. MPS is undergoing a long-range facilities master plan, and the administration needs to know sooner rather than later what the board's will is in regards to co-locations. This resolution is simply asking the board to take a closer look at our co-location leases with Carmen at the 2 buildings that are mentioned in the resolution well in advance of the lease expiration date. Nobody should be surprised that the lease is up at the end of the 25-26 school year, since Carmen and MPS both agreed to those terms. The first MPS board meeting I ever watched was the meeting where the Pulaski and Carmen co-location was narrowly approved, despite all of the warning signs and community outcry. It was crystal clear that night that that decision was made due to political pressure from outside lobbying groups, instead of a decision that was made based on the voices of MPS families, students, and educators. The injustice of not just that vote, but of the disastrous impacts that I've seen on school communities and students over the years has had a tremendous impact on me and my commitment to fight against co-locations. Year after year, we've watched the board continue to receive numerous complaints and concerns about school locations, fights about room 11, start times, end times, passing periods, conflicting safety policies, who gets to use the auditorium, who gets to use the cafeteria, conflicting cell phone policies, and the list goes on. The co-locations cause more problems than they solve, and it ultimately robs students of the opportunities they deserve. There is no world in which it is acceptable for a student to test in a laundry room, for a special education class to be in a closet, for students to have music lessons in a staff lounge. It is not acceptable to be turning away students, especially students who need services only MPS will provide them. Nationally, co-locations have been used as a tactic advanced by school privatizers to slowly take over public school districts. It is a divide and conquer strategy that has caused a tremendous harm to public school students across the country, and many school districts are working to reverse those co-location policies. Co-locations divide communities and turn them against each other. They create schools of have and have-nots. One school's success is contingent on the other school, is contingent on preventing the others. I don't know that anyone could look in this room and with a straight face say that co-locations haven't divided this community. This auditorium is divided. I know there may be questions that other board members may have, and the goal to introduce this resolution so early is to give the board adequate time to make a decision that isn't rushed. Although while we should take our time, we also need to be careful to make a decision sooner rather than later so that everyone can begin to plan accordingly. And with that, I will leave it for administration.
Thank you. Does administration have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This evening, we have before you the Resolution 2425R-001 by Directors Umbor to relocate Carmen High School. The administration wished to modify its recommendation as we have received a large number of inquiries around this item since its publishing. As such, we would like to ensure that we have given this item the additional due diligence and review additional data before moving forward with a recommendation. Therefore, we recommend that this item be carried over to the June AFP committee meeting for consideration. I have with me Ms. Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services, and Mr. Sean Kane, who's the Senior Director of Facilities and Maintenance Services, to review the red line version of the resolution and to assist us with any questions that you may have regarding this item. Bridget.
Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So some of the red lines that we made, Carmen High School operates 3 non-instrumentality charter schools, 2 of which are co-located. And then Carmen is a public school, that serves Milwaukee Public School students. So we made that red line. And then the final one is giving immediate notice.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the one strike that Bridget referred to is not in there. The public school piece was as the author wrote it. So it should read as the author wrote.
Okay. Was that published or is that not published?
That was published and it should be in your packets.
Okay. Okay. Is there any more administration comments?
Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Senior Director for Facilities Maintenance Services. The only other item that's in the resolution that's been stricken out is the item where it directs the administration to give immediate notice of non-renewal. We're just putting to give notice because immediate notice, it's obviously pretty public right now.
All right. I know we have a long list of folks that want to speak on this item. So is it okay if we come back to committee members' testimonies after? All right, perfect.
Madam Chair, we do have 2 individuals on the virtual platform.
Sure, let's start off with the virtual then.
Again, for the virtual speakers, if you could please state your name, spell your last name, and then give your comments. The first speaker is Salvador Molina. Salvador Molina. Okay. The next speaker.
We hear him.
Salvador Molina.
Yes.
Please.
Can I be heard?
Yes. Please state your name, spell your last name, and give your comments.
Name is Salvador, M-O-L-I-N-A. My comment is, over the years, Alba has established itself as a pillar of bilingual education. Not having their own space is a disservice to the faculty, students, families who work to make the school an essential part of the community. I feel Carmen should have its own high school for its students so they could be educated, guided into adulthood without having to take space away from children who are at the peak of their academic development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the virtual platform is Lucas Weir. Lucas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Lucas Weir, W-I-E-R-E-R. I just wanted to start this evening by saying that in the past I've generally had concerns around charter schools and the way that they operate. In terms of the way that the co-location is currently being carried out, it's clear that there's some concerns with space, and I think that's a real and legitimate issue. But I also have concerns about how schools like Carmen operate in terms of the way that they're not serving necessarily a representative group of students in terms of students with special needs. And that's something that I've always been concerned with. But Director Zomber mentioned something about creating a district with haves and have-nots. And MPS already has high schools that are divided into those that serve the haves and those that serve the have-nots. So I have a lot of concerns about this resolution just more generally, in terms that we're talking about a very small number of students. As a high school teacher at Riverside University High School, we have a building already that's not completely full. And my concern is if the waiting list at Pulaski is only 39 students, and we're getting ready to put out 600 plus students from Carmen, are they going to be able to fill that building? Or will Pulaski be another building within MPS that is not capable of filling its space? We have a lot of schools across the district that are under-enrolled, and they're dying for support. They're dying for programs that are in desire, that are desirable for our community. And it feels like if we spent the time, the money, and the resources investing in those schools, we would have desirable schools all over the district. So I understand that space becomes an issue with these co-locations, but if we're truly concerned about building strong programs across the district, it feels like maybe our time is better spent investing in buildings that are half full instead of worrying about putting 39 more students into a building that may never be filled, even if we are able to remove a school like Carmen from it. I have a number of other questions and I submitted them through email, so I'll give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
That was the last virtual speaker, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Then we do have close to 80 speakers, so just letting that be known at the front end. We're going to start off with folks that have asked to come together as one testimony. So I'm going to call your last names, and if you can just get in order in the by the podium, that would be great. We have Jason O'Brien, we have Beekeeper, Christine Lemon, David Galarza, and Nicholas Gerald Larson.
Good evening. Good evening. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Not yet. Okay, it's on.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Superintendent Posley. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Many of us here tonight.
Excuse me, could you state your name, spell your last name?
Jason O'Brien.
Thank you.
O-B-R-I-E-N. Many of us here tonight were also in this very room the evening the board voted to open Carmen Southeast in the Pulaski building. That was about 8 years ago, and it was a very dramatic and emotional evening. I happened to be there as well. However, I was not there for that particular board item. Instead, I was there to speak on an instrumentality charter school that I helped to start, which is to say I too was working to find ways to serve students in different ways. As an aside, if you would have told me that night that I'd be standing here, the proud principal of Pulaski High School, speaking to the board about a Carmen relocation, I wouldn't have believed it at the time. I feel that this is the right starting point for this evening. The resolution before us tonight, from my perspective, has nothing to do with this type of school or that kind of approach, and it certainly, for me, has never been about the people. As far as I'm concerned, the leaders and teachers of Carmen are as mission-driven as anybody else in this room. Director Wendell Harris, who 8 years ago cast the, quote, deciding vote that night, was a close partner of mine. I knew him well. What I took from his vote was that night, he made a choice to vote with his conscience. His position was that he felt the systems and structures he observed firsthand at Carmen's other campuses were doing great things for kids. And at the time, he wondered if the systems and structures were in place at Pulaski. Well, things certainly have changed since that time, and we will present some of those things for your consideration this evening. First, we wish to share with the board a vision of what could be for Pulaski's IB program. Second, we wish to share the current reality of Pulaski's growing enrollment and space constraints. And third, we wish to share what it is like for two large high schools to share the same building. You will hear from a variety of stakeholders tonight, and I invite you to frame what you hear under two guiding thoughts. One, system structures generate behavior. This is not about people and programs. Not ask for this resolution. Since you are asking, have some thoughts on the matter.
K-I-P-E-R.
Can you lower your microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Bernadette Kuiper, K-I-P-E-R. Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Dr. Posley, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am one of the assistant principals at Pulaski. As an admin team, we believe that system structures generate behavior. We discuss this in our meetings and bring this idea to our PD with our staff members. High schools have many small teams consisting of a varying number of team members. Pulaski has subject-specific departments that share and collaborate around our IB framework and tenets. We have our support services departments, including guidance and psych and social work services. There are other teams, including bilingual and ESL. Our special education team members are our largest group at 16. All this to say that we have many departments that rely on collaboration, discussion, and resource sharing. The way the Pulaski-Carmen co-location is structured, it is impossible to arrange our team members in a way that maximize their abilities to work together. This is not connected to one school being like this and the other being like that. Instead, this is a result of a structural constraint because of how the school is divided. Some teams, such as art and science, have proximity and location, but all other teams are fragmented. Math, social studies, English, and so on are in various areas on various floors. The most glaring example is the counselors and programming team, fully disjointed due to a loss of the guidance suite and a lack of connected office space elsewhere. All other comprehensive high schools do not need to think about these challenges. Instead, they are able to use the facilities to maximize student and staff performance. We need to serve our students the best way possible, and unfortunately, right now at Pulaski, this is not possible because of the system structures in place. Thank you.
Christine Lemon, L-E-M-O-N. Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Dr. Posley, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm one of the assistant principals at Pulaski, and one of my roles as administrator is I'm in charge of safety. Pulaski puts safety at the top of everything we do. Like many places in today's world, Pulaski scans our students upon entrance, both upon arrival first thing in the morning and all throughout the day. While we are mostly looking for less dangerous items that are not allowed in school, we feel secure knowing that our scans significantly decrease the chances of a dangerous weapon coming into the building. We trust that our school community knows that Pulaski puts safety as a top priority. I am sure that the board is aware that Carmen does not scan their students upon morning entrance into the building. I would like you to consider the following scenario as a comparison. Imagine Riverside is playing Marshall at a Friday night football game. Event staff are directing Riverside families to one entrance with a large sign over the gate saying Riverside enter here, and Marshall families to the other with a sign saying Marshall enter here. What do you think would happen if one of these gates scanned all who entered and the other allowed them to enter unscanned? To me, there would be two obvious results. One, the issue of equity is raised, as one side clearly has an advantage over the other. One is considered safer than the other, even better perhaps. Why are they scanned and we are not? And two, it doesn't take a lot of effort to figure out as a student that if I want to sneak something in, all I have to do is give it to a friend who goes to the other school. Would we ever do this to one school and not another at a football game? The answer is no. And yet this is exactly what we do every day at the Carmen Pulaski campus. We have been doing this for the last 8 years. And these two different systems and structures, not the people implementing them, but the structures, create obvious consequences that on the surface are unintended. To maintain the safe and equitable environment we want to achieve at Pulaski, the co-location model we have between Pulaski and Carmen must be reconsidered.
David Galarza, Galarza. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As the administrator who oversees the ever-growing bilingual and ESL program at Pulaski, I have seen firsthand this classroom flourish. It has reached the point where Pulaski has not only maximized its total enrollment, close to 1,000 students, but in recent school years, Pulaski had no choice but to freeze our bilingual enrollment specifically as our classrooms are packed, causing an effect of turning down families in need as grade levels are closed. As an avid advocate for my English learners community, we already provide a great service. We are the receiving high school for students in K-8 schools with a unique and only bilingual international baccalaureate high school for the middle years program in the state. To serve our English learners appropriately and adequately, in our current reality, the co-location between the two schools needs to be done. This is our responsibility to ensure that students and families can have access to education in our building. I want to be clear that both schools serve the same purpose, which is to educate the children of our great community. But at the rate the community has moved or grown, in this particular case, we cannot provide appropriate and adequate services to all children who want to come to our doors. I have been an administrator in Pulaski before the partnership started. At that time, the partnership was viable due to the needs of the community then. The needs have changed now for the community. I reiterate, we did not ask this item for discussion before you. As I am advocating for my school community, I want to thank you and encourage you, members of the board, to allow the schools to continue growth in separate locations.
Nick Gerard Larson, Gerard-Larson. Director Garcia, members of the committee, Dr. Posley, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Nick Gerard Larson, and I am Pulaski's IB coordinator. The International Baccalaureate, or IB, offers a widely recognized and acclaimed program to prepare students for college and career success. It also prioritizes intercultural understanding and bilingual language development. There is clearly a growing demand for this kind of academic option in Milwaukee, particularly one that serves ESL and bilingual students. Under current circumstances, however, sharing the building with another school, we are at capacity and turning away students. This is despite the fact that all three of our IB programs, including the rigorous college-level diploma program, or DP, have a proven track record of supporting and including ESL and bilingual students. This is something that sets us apart, both within MPS and in the city of Milwaukee. We proudly celebrate our unique ability to offer an IB high school option that is highly inclusive of ESL and bilingual students. We have partnered with the IB to create a 9 to 12 IB for all environment at Pulaski, and we are currently in the process of creating the only IB bilingual diploma in the state of Wisconsin. We anticipate a huge increase in interest, demand, and enrollment for our IB programs. Additionally, due to classroom constraints under co-location, we are not able to provide students with the options and flexibility to take a greater variety of IB classes. We currently only offer one college-level DP course in each of the 6 subject areas, while other schools without co-location have much more variety. Our DP cohorts have seen unprecedented growth, from only 5 seniors completing the 2-year program in 2021 to a record 55 scheduled for next year. As we add additional DP bilingual options, this growth will surely continue. Pulaski cannot keep up the successful expansion of our IB programs without greater control over the entirety of our school building. I ask members of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors and this committee to vote in support of this resolution to provide Pulaski's high-quality, inclusive, bilingual IB option with room to grow. That is where and what our ESL and bilingual students and families expect, demand, and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ms. Deborah Wolf. And then on deck, Fabiola Ramirez.
For letting me speak at this time. My name is Deborah Wolf, W-O-L-F. I've been a paraprofessional at Pulaski High School for over 8 years. I'd like to talk about school culture and some of the differences that students have brought to my attention. I oversee the Student Discipline Committee, and the students have noticed many inequities in school policies related to entrance procedures, cell phones, lunch privileges, and bathroom access. For example, in the morning, Pulaski students are required to go through metal detectors, and the school, thank you very much, school bags are subject for scanners. In comparison, the other school does not, which poses a serious safety risk for all the students and staff. Another example of Pulaski students are not allowed to leave the campus for lunch, when in comparison, the other school allows the options for their senior students. Pulaski students are also expressed concerns about the overcrowding of the cafeteria during lunchtime due to the necessity of scheduling multiple lunch periods between 2 schools. After lunch, Pulaski students are limited on which stairwells they can use due to the areas of the building that are designated for the other school, which in turn also affects students' use of restrooms, causing them to walk across the entire building to use the facilities. One of my other responsibilities is to collect the cell phones at Pulaski. Since we started collecting the phones more than 6 years ago, there has been a major positive change in students' focus and less disruptions in the classrooms. Since the other schools allow students to use cell phones, Carmen students will bring in Pulaski students' cell phones to give them to the Pulaski students, which causes disruption for both schools. Additionally, there are times when Carmen students are walking around on their phones and Pulaski students are asking why, rightfully so. These are just a few of the differences that affects Pulaski's culture. When there are consistent rules and boundaries throughout the building, it is more equitable for all students. The vision for Pulaski is to provide a safe space that has consistent procedures and expectations for our students. Thank you.
Ms. Fabiola Ramirez, and on deck, Ms. Nia Holloway. Fabiola?
Buenas tardes. My name is Fabiola Ramirez, R-A-M-I-R-E-Z. I stand in front of you as a first-generation college student who attended college on a full ride and obtained not one, but 2 master's degrees in education. And most importantly, I stand in front of you today not just as a founding teacher of Carmen Southeast and a Carmen South alum, but also as a proud chief of staff at Carmen Schools. The best memories I have of my time as a student at Carmen are walking the halls of the Walker Complex, where Carmen has been for 17 years, and being greeted by adults who believed in my greatness before I believed it in myself. They showed it by calling 20 colleges I was applying to and asking them, what do they do and what are their financial aid practices for undocumented students? They showed it with empathy when my mom fell ill and I had to care for her for a week at the hospital. They showed it when they showed up to my college graduation in 2016. I also have memories of being 15 years old and hearing the narrative that Carmen students were bad examples for all bus students. I wondered to myself, why would they think that about me? I wonder how many of our current students are feeling this way now, feeling confused by those who are sharing narratives that seek to divide the beautiful Southside community, feeling anxious about the uncertainty of their dreams due to this resolution. Carmen's impact on my life was so profound it led me to become a teacher with the desire of showing up at my own students' college graduation as my teachers did for me. 2 weekends ago, I witnessed my own student cross the stage at Marquette University. I taught her as a student at Carmen Southeast in the Pulaski building. I learned that her younger brother will too attend Carmen in the fall, and at that moment I wondered if he will face eviction or if he too will get to cross the stage. The decision you make today will have an impact beyond walls. It will shape the future trajectories and generations of the Southside for years to come. I urge you to vote no to the resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Nia?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nia Holloway. That's Holloway, and I am a senior at Carmen Southeast. Thank you for your time and listening to me today. While transitioning from middle school to high school, I originally planned on going to a different school, but my family heard of the Carmen community and placed me here. As a student at Carmen, I was among the few Black students in this predominantly Hispanic institution. I faced much racism and discrimination by my classmates, and this was not only a problem that I faced, but it was also a problem for many other Black students at Carmen. I then chose to go to a trusted teacher and voice my issue with this problem within the school. This then gave me the go-ahead to start the Black Student Union. This gave me the go-ahead to take my first step in creating change in my school. During my presidency within the Black Student Union, great changes were made within the school, the teachers, and the admins at Carmen. Things like open conversations, recognizing Black student needs, and creating solutions, as well as creating celebrations for Black cultures. The community that staff created provided this safe space for me so that I can provide a safe space for other Black students at Carmen. One of my main goals as president during my senior year was to create a foundation for the Black Student Union, so once I graduated from Carmen, the BSU would still stand strong. For the reputation that Carmen has maintained, the learning environment that continues to be upgraded, and the leaders that are being made, I believe Carmen has a great tenant at Pulaski. Also, it influences Pulaski to help its student body as well. While I know the community at Carmen will do its best to upkeep the plan that I have for the BSU, as well as the community at Carmen, the building is Carmen's home. In order to keep this plan alive and well, as well as the community, I ask for you to say no to the resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Jaden Maxwell Heidelman, and then on deck, Kadeem Gill. Right now, we have Mr. Jaden Maxwell. Are you in the building? All right, I see you. All right.
Hello, my name is Jaden Maxwell Wiedemann, Maxwell-Wiedeman, and I'm a senior at Carmen Southeast High School. When picking a high school, I was restricted by location because it had to be somewhere within walking distance of my house. I chose Carmen because it was down the street from my old school and closer as well. I remember walking there for the first time during hybrid learning my freshman year, wondering if I made the right decision, but even if I didn't, it still seemed like one of my only decisions. This time my past school year as a senior finally answered that question I had all those years ago. Applying to colleges, scholarships, and especially FAFSA this year with its new changes was nothing short of a long and difficult process. But I've received much more support than I could have asked for from the college team there at Carmen Southeast. My college counselor, Adrian Flores, was and still continues to be one of the strongest foundations for my future, setting me on a path that has now brought me to a point where I'll be attending college completely free. College was always a thought that used to make me anxious, but now it's a thought that makes me look forward to taking my next steps in life. I never imagined that a school down the street that I chose on a whim would change my life so drastically, but it did, and I'm forever grateful. I ask that you allow Carmen to keep its place where it is and provide to my juniors the same, if not more, than was provided to me. I ask that you vote no to the resolution. Thank you.
Kadeem Gill. No, not here. All right, last call for Kadeem Gill. Juan Miguel Martinez.
Good evening, directors, Director Garcia. My name is Juan Miguel Martinez, County Board Supervisor of the 12th District, which is where both Alba and Pulaski have their campuses. I'm here today as a public education and union champion for faculty and staff alike. Now, when I first took a tour of Alba, I was so thoroughly impressed with the way everyone was interacting, both students and faculty alike. Everyone was firing on all cylinders. The children all had a great attitude, and their joy was absolutely contagious. As the supervisor of the 12th District, I feel proud that a school like Alba is here in my neighborhood, and Spanish-speaking kids have a chance to be able to be educated by this wonderful staff in a bilingual capacity. We not only want, but need every child to have access to a school like Alba and Pulaski, which are both in my district. Pulaski has both a bilingual and a standalone ESL program, and these two schools and the South Side as a whole needs room to grow true bilingual and ESL programs, especially to newcomer students. Both Alba and Pulaski have waiting lists, and they don't need to suffer with crowded classrooms and teachers that don't have their own classrooms. So let's give Alba and Pulaski their schools back so we can expand the successful bilingual and IB programming at these schools. When this resolution was presented, it was an easy and overwhelming yes for me to support it. Bilingual education needs to be reinforced and upheld as a pillar for the Spanish-speaking community, of which is vast in the 12th District. Teachers need the tools to be able to tend to these children and to be treated as molders of future leaders with dignity and respect. And because of that, they need the space to be able to do this, and which is why I support the resolution. And I attended an informational meeting on this resolution at Alba and spoke with parents and faculty alike, and I was able to get an eye-opening look at what is happening in this building and the way it affects everyone involved. It was there how I realized how imperative it is that we pass this resolution today. For the sake of our kids and our school staff, please pass this. And as a person who benefited from an ESL program, it is very imperative that we have this, because Spanish-speaking families cannot afford to have their families turned away, and we need to be able to grow that program a lot more. And it's nothing against the students from Carmen or the faculty from Carmen. It's about space for those families that need those ESL programs. Thank you.
Victoria Class. Victoria Class? All right, and then on deck, Eric Berg.
Victoria Claas, K-L-A-A-S. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the AFP Committee, and administration. I'm Victoria Claas, the full-time school psychologist at Pulaski. On a daily basis, I see firsthand the pitfalls that co-location brings to Pulaski students as a whole. To put it simply, co-location has resulted in space constraints that are directly limiting the resources, programs, and opportunities available for Pulaski students. Because of our school's needs, Pulaski was selected to join the School Community Partnership for Mental Health, SCPMH. SCPMH would provide the opportunity for community mental health provider, also known as a therapist, to deliver school-based mental health services to students. Instead of being stuck on a lengthy wait list at a community clinic, oftentimes those are like 6 months, year, if not more, students could receive much-needed therapy services at school within weeks, even sooner. In order for this partnership to occur, Pulaski must be able to provide a confidential office space. This will likely mean displacing another Pulaski staff to a subpar multi-purpose area. Likewise, the lack of availability of office space at Pulaski results in DMCPS, Mobile Crisis, the initial Special Education Evaluation Team, and many more collaborative teams having to make do with what is available on the spot. Often, this means using spaces that are not designed nor conducive to that type of private, high-stakes meeting. There's not a conference room, so IEP and 504 meetings are held in any miscellaneous room we can find, which often does not have sufficient technology, space, nor setup to allow these meetings to be as valuable as they deserve to be. Because there are no group rooms, there's no space to conduct social emotional group interventions nor academic interventions. Instead, we are expected to facilitate a group in a classroom, on a teacher's prep, in a hallway, in a library, any corner we can find, displacing yet another person. We envision a future where Pulaski students have adequate space to support their wellness needs. We urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Eric Berg, please, and then Veronica.
Eric Berg, B-E-R-G. Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Dr. Posley, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Part of my role at Pulaski is to schedule teachers and students. Due to overcrowding, my office is in the auto shop. Usually smells like motor oil, unless it smells like gasoline. I've been at Pulaski for 17 years. Having Carmen in the building has been a challenge from the standpoint of planning the locations of teachers' rooms. Initially, the stated intention of having Carmen in the building was for our schools to have close collaboration, including, in some cases, sharing students and classes. The problem with that plan is the scheduling. We have a 4-period block A-B schedule, which is the most common schedule in the district for high schools. They have a 6-period schedule with 2 advisories. They don't have A-B. Their start and end times are different than ours. They have half days on Friday, and we don't. Their calendar is different than us. Our calendar matches all the other IB schools in the district, high schools. It's impossible for us to share students for any length of time, impossible for us to share classes for any length of time. It's always been that way. Close collaboration has always been a non-starter. It's never really worked. Without collaboration, we're just 2 groups trying to occupy the same space at the same time. As we increase from 800 to more than 1,000, space is at a severe shortage, as you've heard and will continue to hear. Teachers are on carts. Teachers have other classes in their room when it's during their planning hour. We have an art class and a storage room. We have offices and a copy room. We have a copy room and a closet. We have 2 special education teacher offices in the band room storage area. Have you ever worked in an IEP when a marching band is playing 10 feet away from you? Because there's people here that have. Even with these space issues, we have been able to maintain a lot of specialized programs, probably more than most high schools that have their own building. We have IB Middle Years program, the IB Diploma program. We have the only MPS Auto program. We have one of the biggest bilingual programs in the state. We have an ESL program. We got a comprehensive academic unit, comprehensive behavioral unit, bridging program, alt ed program, and soon we're going to have an IB career program. Pulaski needs the rest of its building back. Please do not renew their lease so that we can continue as we have been since 1934, one school in one building.
Verónica Ramírez.
Veronica Ramirez, Ramirez, Director Garcia, and members of the board. I am an IEP teacher at Alba School and am here to advocate on behalf of my students and school. I have worked at Alba for 4 years and have had the honor of teaching 1st, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to make progress toward and meet IEP goals. The space I have to teach my students is very narrow and small. I am certain my room was created as a utility closet, as it has a sink and a towel dispenser that take up space. I, like other IEP teachers in our building, need to provide specially designed instruction in very cramped spaces, having up to 9 students at a time in very small rooms. Many of our students cannot sit still for long and learn best when they move. One of my students needs to pace so he can soothe his nerves in times of high anxiety. Throughout the day, I have to rearrange furniture to ensure all of my groups fit as comfortably as possible. If a student has to leave my room for any reason, students have to stand up from their desks to let their peers in and out and shift furniture. Students express concerns about safety in my room due to the lack of hiding spots and the inability to lock the door from the inside during codes. Additional space in our building would guarantee that all of our learners have an adequate and safe space to learn and flourish. My support of the resolution is not an attack on Carmen South High School nor their students. Many of their students were Alba students. Many of their students are students I worked with when I worked at Carmen South Middle School myself. And I love seeing them in the halls. My support of the resolution is strictly to give our students the space they need and the ability that Alba needs as an MPS school to grow. Based on our wait list, we know community families want to attend a school with a bilingual program that has a strong focus on the arts. Our South Side community is full of talented artists who deserve the opportunity to develop their skills like our current students. The only way that will happen is if Alba School is allowed to grow. If you are for bilingual education, support 2E learners.
Thank you. Ms. Ruta Singh, followed by Natalie Salazar. Ruta Singh.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Ruta Singh. It's spelled S-I-N-G-H. I'm a staff member in my 12th year of service at Carmen Schools. I work in information technology. I've watched Carmen grow from one campus to the 5 locations today. And I've seen many students grow and the care that is given at Carmen to help the students achieve success. Like any schools, we have students who experience challenges. in settings where students may have been disciplined or expelled, Carmen has fostered their educational strengths. I remember a time when a student accessed laptops that were left unattended by teachers, and he would disable them by altering or deleting files, necessary files from in the operating system. He basically broke them. Carmen helped channel this student's curiosity and energy and allowed me to have him as an intern. I was able to further satisfy his curiosity by teaching him how to fix computers. He began to walk all over the campus fixing any broken computers and Chromebooks. He became so efficient that the staff began to request his assistance. This student did so well that he ultimately did land an internship at Northwestern Mutual, and he went to university to study computer science. Situations like this and others are why it is so important that you vote no to the resolution, so Carmen can continue to help these students by staying in our school buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Natalie Salazar.
Good evening. Natalie Salazar, S-A-L-A-Z-A-R. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and keeping the interests of each school at the forefront of your decisions. I'm a fifth-year teacher at Alba and proud bilingual project Lead the Way teacher to Alba's 5th through 8th grade students. With me tonight, I have my daughter, 6-month-old Ciclalia Aurora, and a future Alba student. I want to address Alba's desperate need for additional space. In no way is this to dismiss the excellent work that Carmen has done with their students, but to reiterate to you what you've heard tonight. Alba has accomplished and why we require expansion. Some of my reasons are as a teacher, for my students, and as an individual in a professional workplace. As a new mom, I want you to understand, as some of you may, the privacy you require to breastfeed or, in my case, pump. I am legally allowed these times during work to take care of my daughter's needs. I've handled my business in 3 different personal offices, a nurse's room, and once in a bathroom. Because my room was needed for education purposes. There was no physical place where my students could have gone, and I only wish we were not accounting for every room. I required just one. As for my students, I want to give them every opportunity possible to engage in STEM activities. 6th graders flew drones in our room, one at a time, because our cage wouldn't work in the cafeteria or outside. 7th graders dissected sheep brains this year, which was challenging due to the limited space, as my room is also the computer lab. Brain juice plus computers equals bad. In another activity, half of my class waited in the hallway because there was no way they and our parent volunteers would have all fit. The only other location was the cafeteria, but our youngest Alba scholars are learning to play the violin, K5, and we would have been the distraction. 8th graders work in the hallways, on the floors of my room, and while designing very cool but sometimes large robots. This year, when I asked a young man who gave a great speech at the CTE showcase where he was attending high school, he said Carmen. I told him that was great, and he said sadly, I didn't have a choice. My parents said this is convenient. For all of our MPS students pursuing their next step in education, convenience should not be the only factor. This student didn't even visit other high schools that Milwaukee Public Schools has to offer. The student will succeed wherever they go, and I know Carmen will be a great support for him, but how many of our Alba students feel that we have a K-12 building? Are we not low on enrollment numbers in high school too? Should we not encourage our students and families to look at all the opportunities offered? When my daughter Lali attends Alba in a few years, I want her to take advantage of our programs. I want her to comfortably move back to school knowing that every effort was made to give her what she needed during and after education. We need the space, and MPS needs the students.
Thank you. Sheila Delgado.
Buenas tardes, saludos a todos. Mi nombre es Sheila Delgado, D-E-L-G-A-D-O, representando a Carmen, madre de 4 niñas. Una de ellas tiene 20 años, la cual asiste a la UWM, 10 años cursando el 4º grado en la Stellar Elementary. 12 años y cursando el 7º grado en Carmen South Middle School y 17 años cursando el 11º grado en Carmen Southeast High School. Por recomendación y excelentes referencias, puse mi mirada en las escuelas Carmen. Los valores, calidad, currículo deportivo y académico era y sigue siendo la opción que cumple cada objetivo y expectativa para la educación y futuro de mis hijas. El impacto de las escuelas Carmen en su aprovechamiento académico ha sido notorio, resaltando y fortaleciendo cada área significativamente. En poco tiempo y con el compromiso y apoyo escolar, han dominado el idioma, involucrándose en actividades deportivas y de ciencias, amando la música, perteneciendo a la banda escolar y mantener unas excelentes calificaciones, haciéndolas ser parte del Honor Roll. Cada día puedo ver en ellas el brillo de anhelar alcanzar cada una de sus metas trazadas. Y en apoyo a mis hijas, como madre, estoy aquí ahora para defender lo que con tanto esfuerzo ellas hasta ahora han logrado. Una voz fue la oportunidad que abrió paso a la educación que yo buscaba para mis hijas. Y ahora mi voz la representa a ellas y a todos aquellos y aquellas más vulnerables, la comunidad latina, que anhelan tanto como yo esa estabilidad educativa, porque nuestra prioridad es y debe ser siempre nuestros niños y jóvenes. Carmen no es tan solo una escuela, es una familia en nuestra comunidad. Por tanto, mi propuesta es votar no a la resolución y sí a conservar y preservar el patrimonio de Carmen a futuras generaciones y de forma accesible para todos. Gracias, Dios les bendiga.
Sean Campos. Sean Campos.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Campos, C-A-M-P-O-S. I'm a senior at Carmen Southeast, and thank you for taking the time to hear our voices. The location for Carmen Southeast is what drew me to Carmen. I had always gone to private schools, and when it came down to looking for a high school, private is where I looked. My top choice at the time was St. Thomas More. However, the $6,000 tuition deterred me. 3 of my cousins had either attended or graduated from Carmen, and all of them and their families said great things. The Route 51 bus was how I got to and from school. Having Carmen Southeast on 27th in Oklahoma allows for students to bus from all sides of Milwaukee, West Dallas, and Greenfield. Carmen's location has also allowed me to meet new people through our combined sports. I played football 3 out of 4 years of high school throughout high school. In that time, I was able to help my team win a long-standing rivalry game. Pulaski and Bayview have had a rivalry spanning, give or take, about 100 years. While attending Carmen, we were able to win back the wooden football after not having it for about 20 years, as well as retaining it the year afterwards. I've met many Pulaski students, and we've all become close, talked outside of school. I not only become friends with my teammates, but also with the friends of my teammates. Our combined sports allow for direct cooperation between Carmen and Pulaski students. I ask you to vote no to the resolution. Thank you.
Blake Loomis. Blake Loomis. Followed by Stacy Prentice, if you can be on deck.
All right, hello, my name is Blake Loomis, L-O-O-M-I-S. I've been a proud teacher at Carmen Southeast for the last 6 years. Consequently, I have a lot of feelings around this resolution. I'm going to ignore some of the political stuff and really just focus on talking about what Carmen means to me. Because Carmen is more than just a school, it is a community. One of the most thrilling moments in a teacher's career is when a former student drops by your classroom just to say hi, or even better, to tell you that something you did or said made an impact on their life. That feeling was magnified this January when I received a message from a former student asking to drop by and observe my classroom so she could help figure out where she wanted to teach as she graduated college. This excitement is just about unbearable now because she is returning this year to Carmen Southeast as our first alum teacher. If students are coming back to not only visit, but to work and spend their careers with us, it is clear that Carmen is doing right by our students. For example, 98% of our current seniors have been accepted into college this coming fall. I cannot wait for that number to get to 100%. As seeing students, many of whom never imagined they'd get into college, earn their first college acceptance is, you can't really describe that experience. Everyone should have that. For my part though, I accepted my position at Carmen at a time when I really wondered if I was well enough to hold down a full-time job, and since I started, have undergone a variety of health and other personal challenges. If it weren't for the staff and the students at Carmen, I have no idea where I would be right now. I certainly wouldn't still be teaching. I do not have the words to describe what Carmen has come to mean to me. I generally always roll my eyes when people talk about their jobs becoming a family. But for someone who lives far away from their family and who has a complicated relationship with their family, Carmen has really stepped up in making sure that I'm not only doing well as a teacher, but as a person. In fact, the only people who have asked me how I was feeling about a recent diagnosis I got, or asked any follow-up questions about it, are either students, which is absolutely wild, or staff at Carmen, no one else. Carmen also believed in me while I worked on being a better teacher, which is not true for most employers. And I really sympathize and empathize with a lot of the challenges of co-location that Pulaski staff have talked about, but this resolution does nothing to address the systemic inequities that cause those challenges. Instead, it puts a burden on teachers and students again. Please vote no.
Thank you. Stacy Prentice. Stacy Prentice, and then Jennifer Walker, if you can start walking closer.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Prentice, Prentice. I'm a parent of a current Carmen Southeast student as well as a Carmen Southeast alumni. Thinking back to when it was time for my oldest son to begin high school, it was very stressful attempting to choose a school just right for him. We found Carmen Southeast and decided to give it a try. While at Carmen Southeast, his grades were amazing. He would come home every day to tell me about the new things he learned and how he felt at home as the staff were so caring and always made time for him when he needed regarding school or anything personal that may have been bothering him. For once, he finally enjoyed going to school when all the years prior, he did not. Unfortunately, there came a time due to personal reasons while he was attending Carmen Southeast that we had to move from our home on the south side of Milwaukee. We relocated to the complete opposite side of town. The drive was just too much for me as a single mom with no help from my family, and I had to make the hardest decision that my son would have to leave Carmen Southeast and attend a neighborhood public school. While attending his new school, his grades drastically dropped. It was a struggle to get him up in the morning, and it was a struggle to get in contact with teachers at times to see what was going on. I decided after seeing how my son was negatively affected, I would make that long drive if I was able to re-enroll him at Carmen Southeast. I called the principal and explained the situation that was going on with my son, and they welcomed him back with open arms and allowed him to come back to Carmen Southeast, even though it was the middle of the semester. My son went from a 2.0 student to graduating with a 4.3 and is now attending Carroll University with the help of Carmen Southeast staff's guidance, who also continue to follow up with him, even though he is no longer a student, to check on him time to time and see how his college is going. It brings joy to my heart that my other son, who is a current student at Carmen Southeast, will have the same opportunities, as he has had a hard time thriving in a traditional school setting. I ask to vote no to the resolution. Carmen Southeast has made such an impact on the youth of the city of Milwaukee who have struggled in finding a school to meet their special needs or have dreamed of ever attending college. Without Carmen Southeast, many of these children will be lost and become statistics, and many teachers will be without jobs. Thank you for your time.
Jennifer Walker? Jennifer Walker, are you in the building?
Madam Chair, we do have people in our overflow space, so
Okay.
if people don't immediately come in, perhaps they could be called again later.
Sure. Allison Amaga.
Good evening. My name is Allison Arriaga, Arriaga. I am a sophomore at Carmen Southeast High School. I chose Carmen, a public charter school, for its enriching academic offerings, including AP courses. Additionally, I chose Carmen for its emphasis on community outreach and involvement since it aligns with my passion for serving others. I've actively participated in community service opportunities within the Milwaukee area and recently completed an internship at the Urban Ecology Center. This experience not only expanded my network, but also provided valuable insights into professional environments and networking. About 2 months ago, towards the end of my internship, us Carmen interns and some of the staff of Urban Ecology Center had a meeting discussing some improvements, changes, and interests we interns had, specifically regarding additional roles we could take on that we directly expressed interest in. This meeting showed me that I truly was a valuable member of the Urban Ecology Center. I felt heard by the Urban Ecology Center and Carmen. Thanks to Carmen, I have been given so many opportunities, like receiving CNA training and my Wisconsin CNA license, co-founding Debate Club, and attending the first annual Black Men in White Suits Youth Summit in Milwaukee, and much more. Carmen prepares us for the future while also maintaining us in the present and connected to our origin. Additionally, while Carmen may be its own network, we still share sports, enabling for our resources to be combined and larger in quantity, like the volleyball team that acquired new nets. With sports, I have become friends with various Pulaski students, and while they may correspond to the Pulaski High School, we don't separate each other by schools. We are a community no matter what school we attend. To maintain this community alive, I ask you to vote no to the resolution.
Lucero González.
My name is Lucero Gonzalez, Gonzalez. Good evening. I am a social studies teacher at Carmen South High School. When I first got hired at Carmen 6 years ago, I was overjoyed. As a recent college graduate, all I wanted to do was become a teacher who would be able to give back and serve their community. Like so many of the students that I have taught at Carmen over the years, I was born and raised on the south side of Milwaukee. I lived 5 minutes from Carmen on 21st and Rogers for 20+ years. It is where my mom and my dad still live to this day. So when I got hired at Carmen, it felt like I had found a job within the community I called home. Through the vocal and honest Latino grapevine, I had heard many things about Carmen. I had heard about how challenging, supportive, and safe it was. In all my years there, I have never thought otherwise. Carmen serves our community in more ways than one. It provides our students with the knowledge, skills, and ambition to believe in themselves and go beyond the Southside bubble, something that is hard for many to do. It also gives students opportunity to look around within their community, to celebrate their roots and identity while challenging the status quo. Carmen is not about trying to get as many students through the door as possible, but rather teaching students within our classrooms to be critical thinkers and kind professionals who want to give back. For this reason, I am so grateful that Carmen is a part of the Burnham Park neighborhood. I have personally seen and experienced the setbacks that can be found within our city, but Carmen and Alba alumni are already bringing so much good to their home communities. Please vote no to the resolution and keep Carmen in my community, the Burnham Park community. Thank you for your time.
Joel Roberts. Joel.
Hello, board. My name is Joel Roberts, Roberts. I actually have a bit of a unique perspective. I have worked at both Pulaski and Carmen Southeast in the past year. I actually see a lot of paraprofessionals and students that I've worked with at Pulaski. I've been in trouble in Principal O'Brien's room, a man who I hold in very high esteem. I'm currently a teacher at Carmen. I've actually held about the same amount of tenure at both places. There's a lot of validity to wanting separate spaces for both schools, you know. There really is. A lot of them have been stated. But I want to point out that this resolution was entered as a surprise to people at Carmen. And I'd like to note after reading the resolution, it has a lot of insufficient consideration for the future campus at Carmen's High School. A statement to work to offer alternatives for a lease is not a politically reassuring promise. I personally wouldn't go to Vegas on those odds. And I've noticed a lot from the testimony on both sides, you know, those for the resolution cite a lot of, you know, space concerns, a lot of restrictions on capacity, and those are really, really valid. But a lot against for Carmen seem to cry to want to be seen as valid, that their experiences, their work, they have a valid claim on the mission of education. I would recommend that until such a time as Carmen is treated as an equal and valid mission partner in that mission of education, and until a relocation plan is submitted where Carmen's been sufficiently considered beyond an unconvincing and vague promise, I recommend voting no on this resolution. Thank you.
Therese Muir.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Posley. Good to see you again. My name is Therese Moyer, M-E-U-R-E-R. I reside at 3269 West Ruskin Street in Milwaukee, in the Carmen Pulaski Southeast neighborhood. Carmen High School, if you want to, has done more, along with Cristo Rey Jesuit High School, for our first generation students of modest means. The statistics show it. As Mr. Loomis mentioned, 98% students at Carmen have experienced college acceptance. And the scholarships that they received are in the millions. High graduation rates, a committed staff that is into students. They're not into pensions and bargaining and union protocols. They're into working exclusively with the students. They have a heart and soul for students. Mr. Sober, the assistant principal at Carmen, I've been privileged and honored to work there on a part-time basis as a substitute teacher when there has been a need. It's been a wonderful way, probably the best environment for me to live out my vocation to urban education. Mr. Sober greets and knows the names of probably, I would bet, at least 98%, if not all of the students on staff. I was working at South one day, at the South campus at the high school. A student transferred, and believe it or not, Mr. Sober still communicates with that particular student, following through on his accomplishments. It's an amazing place. I guess I would encourage any of you to go to the senior signing day last year at UWM with students that in their acceptances from Alverno, UWM, Marquette. It is amazing. It is a stronghold in the city and in my neighborhood. When I'm doing business, going to the bank or going to the discount liquor, going to the churches in the community, the parish I often attend, you can find students who are Carmen students and Carmen proud. They represent excellence, respect, hard work, and integrity. And to quote, James Comer,
Your time. Thank you. Ms. Jada Williams.
Hello, my name is Jada Williams, Williams. I graduated from Carmen Southeast as a valedictorian in 2022. I just completed my sophomore year at Claflin University, the oldest HBCU in South Carolina, and might I add, a top 10 HBCU also. Looking back at my time in high school, being in the shared building definitely impacted my time. To begin, I played sports all of my years while attending Southeast. Every single team that I was a member of was a collaboration that would not have existed without the student athletes from both schools. The split between Pulaski students and Carmen students was just enough to create a team, yet if we did not have each other, we would not have had enough players to form a team. Leaving student athletes like myself without the advantageous opportunity to participate in athletics. These co-operations created bonds that extended past the field and past the court. My sophomore year, our basketball team and our softball team experienced the death of a coach together. We did not view this tragedy as a Pulaski loss or as a Carmen loss, but one that we would navigate collectively. Although this hurt each of us dearly, it brought us even closer together. We have formed bonds that started in high school and have now carried over into adult lives. Some of us are in college, some of us are working, some of us are even starting families. Yet despite our current differences, we are still nurturing a bond that was created within the shared building. I am thankful for these relationships and the impacts that they have had on my life. I encourage the school board, you all, to deeply consider the students that Carmen serves. We are public school students. We are inner city students. We are students of color. We deserve the opportunity to succeed in a safe, convenient, and familiar area. I have always been a public school student, so I hope that when I graduate, I can continue to serve the public and serve public school students like the one I was and teach at Carmen. With all of that being said, I ask you to vote no to the resolution. Thank you.
Ben Peterson. Ben Peterson. Then next on deck, Ms. Ingrid Walker Henry.
Hello, Ben Peterson, Petersen. Good evening, Madam Chair and directors of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a social studies teacher at Pulaski High School. This is my first year within MPS and at Pulaski, but my fourth year teaching overall. One thing I was not aware of at starting at Pulaski was the extent that the co-location would have on my everyday teaching. One impact that I'd like to share with you is to give you a glance into my classroom on a daily basis. My classroom is right next to a Carmen-only stairwell. And due to the co-location of two different schools having different unique schedules every single day, while Pulaski has class going on, Carmen has transition time. And as a teacher, it's quite difficult to manage a classroom when it's quite loud, disruptive for those 5 minutes outside of my room. Yes, this is a small issue, yet when it happens on a daily basis with every single class, it disrupts the learning environment, it disrupts my ability to teach, as well as students to work collaboratively. This is something that I don't think most teachers have to deal with, most schools have to deal with. And although it is something that I did not expect, I have loved it at Pulaski with all of the wonderful things happening and the potential in the school with the IP program and bilingual and ESL programs. Nonetheless, I think this is one example of many that has a massive impact from the co-location on Pulaski and our abilities as staff as well as student learning. As a result, I think it would be to the benefit that the co-location would be ended. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Ingrid Walker Henry, WALKER-HENRY, MTEA President. I'm delivering to this committee and the administration the petitions of close to 1,000 people demanding the end of co-locations at Alba and Pulaski. The Messiah start conversations with, and how are the children? It has been years since the board and administration have asked this question about Alba and Pulaski students. Alba and Pulaski children go to school every day in forced co-locations, and they are not all right. They're suffering. The day-to-day reality for students, staff, and families of Alba and Pulaski is untenable. Overcrowded learning conditions and a co-location that harms students at both are what's in front of you tonight. Alba has 614 students. Carmen South has 396 students. Alba special education classes are held in utility closets. Students work in hallways. Alba has 5 fifth-grade classes and only 3 sixth-grade classes to receive them next year. What that means is you have 2 classes of students whose families are going to be asked to figure out what their seat is for the next year. The forced co-location has driven our students and families out of Alba, and it does not have to be that way. Pulaski has over 970 students, while Carmen Southeast has 658. Once again, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to figure out you are cramming, you have overcrowded these buildings. There are at least 6 teachers on carts rolling from classroom to classroom all day, every hour, to meet with students. Students are restricted in movement and are meeting in closets, basements, hallways. There's a mad scramble every day to find space for students with special needs and for students to have privacy and to receive the services that are federally mandated because there is no room. Solving this problem is urgent, and it is the responsibility of this board to deal with it. The children and staff at Pulaski are not doing well, and it is time for the board to acknowledge this and act on this information.
Ms. Luz Hernandez. Luz Hernandez. And then on deck, Megan O'Connell Tharp.
Good evening to all of you. Luz Hernandez, Hernandez. I am an MPS alum, MPS bilingual teacher for 28 years, MPS parent, and the proud vice president of the MTEA. The building where Alba and Carmen are housed holds a special place in my heart because it is my former middle school, Walker Middle School. When I go into Alba, I am filled with joy at the wonderful learning that is taking place. But I am also filled with sadness when I see the utility closet that a special education teacher has to use to teach her students. The second floor of the Alba side is lined with instruments on both sides of the hallways because no room exists to properly house them. This is unsafe. 68 families were denied access to the great learning at Alba this school year because there was no more room for them. Latino students and English language learners at both Alba and Pulaski are being turned away from schools that have thriving bilingual arts and IB programs that meet their language needs. This is unacceptable. Bilingual middle school seats are in high demand in the district. And Alba expanded to include middle school a few years back. The school could fill that void that Alba families are demanding if only they had the room to do so. Alba and Pulaski are in a critical state with no room for growth. The current school board of directors can right the wrong that has forced co-location and not allowed Alba and Pulaski the space needed to grow their programs. Vote yes to end the Alba-Pulaski co-location.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee and administration. My name is Megan O'Connell Tharp, O''Connell, space, no hyphen, THARPE. As a teacher who has taught at Pulaski and Pulaski only for 28 years, I've seen our building put through countless and costly reforms in an attempt to improve educational outcomes. The most recent reform was to introduce the International Baccalaureate, or IB, curriculum. This also coincided with co-locating Carmen in our building with partnership promises that never came to fruition. However, Pulaski has risen like a phoenix in the midst of the chaos of repeatedly moving and losing classrooms, losing teachers, equipment, and supplies, which is further compounded by a pandemic. One really positive example, Pulaski's overall score on the state report card has steadily risen nearly 40 points, 40 whole points, from the 2015-16 school year until the 22-23 school year. Aesthetics do matter. It is unhealthy for Pulaski students to be subjected daily to the differences in school rules in which Carmen students have more leeway. And then there are the subtle but very visual shifts. How do you think Pulaski students felt when all the lockers were painted burgundy? When the Carmen hallways and classrooms were painted white, but Pulaski's areas haven't seen a fresh coat of paint? How about when the Pulaski classes were forced to temporarily move with no notice while the rooms were being refreshed in preparation for Carmen to use the next year? How do you think Pulaski students felt when they were told they couldn't use the shiny new Carmen water fountains with filters? Pulaski's school colors, blue and red, now have burgundy, and the Carmen Ram mascot used in the background of the banners. Why are there different Ram mascots being used? These are aesthetic changes that Pulaski students have been forced to internalize and accept, causing undue anxiety that they were or are going to be forced out of their own school, even though we were and are making remarkable progress. Pulaski's vision is to restore the building so it no longer looks disjointed and segregated, but united and beautiful for our deserving students. Please support.
Jessica Scott, and on deck, Jesus Castellon.
Good evening, members of the board and administration. My name is Jessica Scott, S-C-O-T-T. I have taught at Pulaski for 24 years. I am the 1995 graduate of Pulaski High School valedictorian, if you want to look it up. My son is currently a junior, and he is one of the student athletes of the week for Pulaski. And I am fully invested in the success and growth of the programs at Pulaski High School. There are currently 85 classroom spaces available in the Pulaski building with 3 shared gym spaces. The classroom spaces are pretty evenly divided among the 2 schools. Pulaski has 43, Carmen has 42. However, enrollment is not evenly divided between those 2 schools and never truly has been. In the 2021 school year, Pulaski's enrollment was almost 200 more students than Carmen's. Pulaski's enrollment has steadily increased since then, while Carmen's has decreased. This school year, Pulaski's enrollment has increased to over 1,000 students, while Carmen's has decreased to 650. We are educating 2/3 of the students in the building in 1/2 of the teaching space. I am a science teacher, and my classroom is a lab space. Last year, I was asked to travel between 2 classrooms. Pulaski is only allocated 4 of the 10 lab classrooms in the building, so science teachers are constantly sharing lab spaces. This means that Pulaski is teaching science to 67% of the students in the building in 40% of the lab space. Pulaski teachers also do not have access to their lab spaces to properly prepare for science labs and then must transport materials between spaces. This can create unsafe conditions if those lab materials are chemicals for labs. It also makes it near impossible to grow our IB program to include additional DP classes because we simply lack the space to do it. Reagan, compared to us, has 4 DP science classes. We can only offer 1. I am asking the board to please consider ending the co-location between Carmen and Pulaski so that Pulaski can continue to grow. This has nothing to do with the kids. My son loves his Carmen athletes. They're friends. They can continue to work together and play sports, but we just need space to grow. Thank you.
Okay, Jesus Castellon, Castellon. Greetings, Chair Garcia, Board Directors, and Dr. Posley. My name is Jesus Castellon. I have been a proud MPS bilingual mathematics teacher for the past 30 years, with the last 14 years having been devoted to Casimir Pulaski High School. I'm here as the Casimir Pulaski bilingual high school teacher in support of the resolution proposed by Director Zombor. Back in 2015, Pulaski staff were informed that we were selected as a capable partner to implement a knowledge exchange model to build Milwaukee's first advanced academic campus to offer AP and IB programs and coursework in a shared building. The goal was to implement a strategic partnership that would benefit and strengthen both schools and increase enrollment opportunities for families. 9 years later, these initiatives were never implemented at our co-location. Therefore, it is not feasible to extend a co-location lease when the academic objectives never flourished nor were fulfilled. Not having sufficient space to grow as a school is very frustrating, not just to our current student body and staff, but also to the countless students and families that we had to turn away due to overcrowding. An overcrowding that affects our students both physically and mentally as they don't have room to grow and flourish. Furthermore, turning away students, especially those who are newly arrived to this country and who are already limited in their choices of bilingual high schools that can meet, support, and sustain their language and academic needs, is a choice the district cannot afford to neglect. I'd like to highlight that Pulaski is one of the few high schools in our district that offers a full bilingual education program and is currently in the process of being the first IB school in the state of Wisconsin to offer a bilingual IB diploma. Our school is in great need for space as our program expands so that we can continue to afford our students with the academic opportunities they deserve. I, as well as my colleagues, plead the Board of Directors support the resolution as you can allow Pulaski High School to continue with the academic successes achieved to date and to provide the needed bilingual services and academic rigor that our students and families need and deserve from us as a district. Thank you.
Erika Lisette Ramirez, and Anjac Nicholas Sandoval Morales. Y Juanita, okay.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Erika Lisette Ramirez, R-A-M-I-R-E-Z. I'm a Southside community member, a proud MPS bilingual alumni, or K-12, and a proud bilingual special education teacher at Pulaski High School. The lack of space due to our co-location at Pulaski is severely affecting our students and hindering our compliance with providing free and appropriate public education per IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. We have 7 SPED teachers in a small, cramped office and no designated space to provide academic instruction or emotional and behavioral de-escalation spaces. If students do come into our room, we have a small desk, and every time the door opens, they get hit because we don't literally have no space for them. Out of our 232 special education students, which I might add is about 25% of our student population at Pulaski, 171 students need designated space, special education classroom setting for specially designed instruction, supplementary aid and services, modifications, or testing accommodations. Our students currently have not one space for any of these services, designated specially for them. When providing these mandated services, I have been told to leave classrooms intended for other usages, worked in hallways, and have even worked in closets with students. I had to physically move clothing racks for clothes for students that do need proper attire, especially for winter. That was not on my contract. In addition, many of our students with disabilities have emotional and behavioral needs, yet we are not able to provide safe and appropriate spaces for positive behavioral interventions and supports like Zen dens or de-escalation spaces. The lack of consistent and private and designated PBIA spaces affects our ability to support our students the best way possible with the most urgent needs. We also do not have space for IEP meetings, either virtual or in person. For example, when parents do, come into the building, for regular education teachers to attend virtual meetings, and because of this, have to, on a daily basis, let students know that they cannot be in our SPED office when confidential information is being discussed, even if they don't have any other place to go. Board members, I urge you, and también Dire Garcia, I urge you to see that co-location severely impacts special education students because of lack of space. Please support the resolution. Gracias.
Nicolás. And on deck, Alexis Vetter.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nicolás Sandoval, Sandoval, y yo soy miembro del Club Corazón Latino de Pulaski. Entonces, cuando nosotros pensábamos en la convivencia de dos colegios en un mismo edificio, ¿cuáles eran las palabras en esos momentos que se nos vinieron a la mente? Nuestro club empezó a pensar y llegamos a ciertas conclusiones: equipo, integración, diversión, reglas comunes, empatía, socialización, compañerismo. Llegar todas las mañanas y decir, good morning, everyone. Pero no. Cuando nosotros llegamos, empezamos a realizar y dar cuentas de que nuestras expectativas no llegaban a las realidades. En los últimos años, nuestra escuela y nuestros estudiantes han sido desplazados. Cada año tenemos menos aulas disponibles, menos acceso al auditorio, a los gimnasios de nuestra escuela, a los baños y mucho más. Esto afecta en gran medida a nuestra educación IB, la cual promueve una educación integral y global. La interacción con los alumnos y profesores de la otra escuela del edificio es casi inexistente. Nunca nos han integrado sus actividades, incluso en algunas ocasiones se han bloqueado nuestro acceso. Mientras que en nuestras actividades, como Pulaski, que realizamos, todos son bienvenidos. No es equitativo el beneficio que reciben ellos por estar en nuestro edificio, y el que recibimos nosotros es técnicamente ninguno. Con un mayor acceso a nuestro edificio, nuestra escuela tendría la oportunidad de ser el centro de nuestra comunidad en Milwaukee. Podemos desarrollar actividades educativas para padres, realizar clases de baile, realizar actividades de desarrollo social con estudiantes y familias, y tener un centro de información con recursos para minorías y para personas de bajos ingresos. Integrar todo esto en el colegio nos ayudará a fortalecer y promover e implementar la cultura del IB. Con un mayor acceso a nuestras instalaciones en el edificio, tendremos mayores oportunidades de convertirnos en ese centro educativo que nuestra comunidad de estudiantes de Pulaski necesita. Entonces, yo como estudiante, a mí me encantaría que por favor digan sí a la resolución y podamos hacer que nuestra escuela y nuestros alumnos puedan desarrollarse de la mejor manera posible. Muchísimas gracias.
Alexis Vetter, B-E-T-T-E-R. Good evening, everyone. I'm a full-time special ed paraprofessional at the CBU at Pulaski High School. I started my career at Pulaski 4 years ago as a City Year, proud City Year alum. I'm here to address a significant concern regarding the organization of classroom space at Pulaski High School. Because of the co-location, our building is fragmented, creating an insufficient and disorganized learning environment. Pulaski does not have a single floor to call their own in our own high school. Carmen has the entire third floor. They are able to implement a ninth grade academy. We are not. Ninth grade is the most important year for our high school students. Pulaski lacks the space to create a coherent structure by grouping classrooms by grade level or department areas. Ninth grade students do not have a central area they can call their own, and they have no sort of freshman academy or ninth grade academy, which hampers the development of a strong community and sense of belonging that is crucial during their introduction into their high school years. We know that freshmen need to start on track to stay on track. Classes are on 3 different floors without organization, forcing students, and me, a paraprofessional who runs around that building all day, up and down 3 flights of stairs between busy stairwells during very short passing periods. Teachers also face challenges as they navigate between dispersed classrooms. I am lucky enough to have my coworkers in the CBU close, mostly, but the rest of the special ed department is all over the building, and sometimes it's very hard to find each other. English, math, social studies, and special education teachers are scattered among 3 different floors, reducing opportunities for collaboration and sharing of resources within departments. Being able to use our full building would allow us to create focused academic communities. The reorganization could enhance educational outcomes by fostering closer relationships among students and faculty, enabling a more effective teaching and learning environment. I urge you to consider Pulaski's need for the space and have a more organized layout to ensure it meets the needs of our educational community by voting yes to this resolution. Thank you.
All right, Darren Lipman.
Good evening. My name is Darren Lipman, L-I-P-M-A-N. I have taught pre-calculus at Carmen South for the past 8 years. I've also received the Herb Cole Education Award. I was first drawn to Carmen because of its advisory program, its emphasis on community service, and the opportunities it provides its students to be academically successful. Every year, I am amazed by the dedication of our students and their determination to be successful. Their success is intimately tied to the city we live in, and many of my students have walked to school every day. I've had students who are graduates of Alba, and some of my students who have graduated now have children who attend Alba. During these 8 years, I have seen how having the full K-12 continuum available in a single space has well served our community. It is convenient for parents and families, and they have a place where they can come to that is close to where they live. I understand space is a challenge, but 1712 South 32nd Street has been our home and is our community. To be anywhere else would not be the same, and the thought of losing my students fills me with anxiety. My students are the reason why I teach every day, and it's their potential and passion that keeps me going even when times are tough. They deserve a high-performing school they can walk to in their community, and no one should try to take that away. In conclusion, I ask you to please vote no on the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Hania Macias, or?
Hello, board members. My name is Hania Macias, M-A-C-I-A-S, and I am a Carmen South High School senior. Carmen is located at the heart of the Latino community in Milwaukee, where many undocumented students live. I myself am an undocumented student who lives in the Milwaukee area. Being an undocumented student comes with its many challenges. But one of the biggest challenges is finding a high school that can cater to my situation and help me get into college, as not every undocumented student receives the opportunity to go to college. During my junior year of high school, I remember feeling anxious, but because I wasn't sure if I would receive the help to get into college. However, my high school counselor, Ms. Ramirez, reassured me that she had helped other undocumented students get into college, and she would do the same with me. With her support and guidance, I am proud to say that I will be attending the University of Notre Dame with a full ride scholarship this upcoming fall. This is why I ask you to vote no to the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Kat Rukalski, followed by Alyssa Newville.
Kat Ruchalski, that's Ruchalski. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the AFP Committee and Administration. I am a Pulaski IB art teacher and have been since the 2016-2017 school year. My main issue with the co-location is the inequity in rules and procedures. Because of the differences in these rules, such as another school having different entry procedures and not being scanned, and being able to leave the building during their lunch times, phones and vapes are being snuck in for students, as well as students from other schools being let into our building. This is causing problems. With this issue in mind, during a year in which I had to travel on an art cart to 4 classrooms, I was sharing a room with a coworker who was considered the example for others and held in high regard. They would frequently tell me their fear of what or who could get in the building because of these safety issue irregularities. This would be brought up daily because our classroom was frequently disrupted by the other school students banging on the door, probably due to the fact that our classroom is surrounded by the other school's classes. We are our own little art island on the floor. No other Pulaski classrooms except for the art ones. This would happen frequently throughout the day, and it did for years. My colleague not only left Pulaski that year, but the profession altogether, and urged me frequently to do the same because they were concerned about my safety and well-being. Not only have we lost much needed space due to this co-location, we have lost many valuable staff. Pulaski envisions a future of providing safe spaces in which our IB program can continue to grow. Thank you.
Greetings, Madam Chair Garcia, Board Directors, and MPS Administration. Alyssa Newville, N-E-W, V as in Victor, I-L-L-E. I am a proud MPS graduate and proud Pulaski teacher. As you know, teaching is already a difficult job. Teaching at a school with a separate co-located school inside the same building amplifies these hardships by 1,000. I became a special education teacher to work with youth in our community who face the greatest difficulties and to help them navigate towards success. The co-location has caused great difficulties to adequately fulfill these duties and my lifelong dream, and tremendous stress added at that. I love my job, care deeply for my students, and refuse to leave them due to these circumstances. I am not here to vanquish Carmen. I am not here to diminish them. They are wonderful students, wonderful staff. I am simply here to point out that this co-location causes tremendous space issues that impede the delivery of mandated IEP services to our special education students. I am one of 3 comprehensive behavior unit special education teachers, sharing 2 adjoining offices which were never designed for instructional delivery, and in total comprise a small space that equates to less than half the size of a normal classroom. Within my unit, we service 37 students with the most significant emotional and behavioral needs, all of which require the delivery of specialized instruction in a special education environment and access to a de-escalation space. While we can devise provider schedules that stagger the times to deliver our students mandated specialized instruction and access to supplementary aids and services with adequate student-to-space ratios, crises often occur that displace our students to one of our adjoining offices with simply a wall and a door separating them. This subjects them to cramped conditions in order to access their free and appropriate public educations entitled to them under IDEA. Board members, help me to help my students and give us back our building. please pass this resolution.
All right, folks, we're about halfway marks. Just wanted to keep update on that. All right, Alicia Dexter. And then on deck, Nicolo Honorato.
Good evening. Alicia Doxtater, Doxtater. I've been a teacher at Pulaski High School for over 17 years. During my time, I've had to move my classroom due to the co-location twice. Once from room 330, which is on the 3rd floor, that Carmen now has sole occupancy of. From 330, I moved to room 50, which after 2 years became another Carmen classroom. While this may seem insignificant to others, it is a huge burden having to pack up and move classrooms when you have been in a school for over a decade. You can imagine the amount of materials that have been accumulated that need to be moved, and furthermore, having to reestablish a classroom that is welcoming for students each school year. Now that I have been in my most recent classroom, I have had to share it with other teachers during my prep or common planning time. This causes me to be displaced and not have a space of my own to work in. The sharing of classes has caused frustration among teachers and even caused a social studies teacher to leave in October because she did not have a room of her own. This then led to a vacancy in our school that was not filled and led to more frustration, teachers having to cover classes during their prep, and Pulaski students not receiving the education that they deserve. Please vote yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicolo Honorato, Onorato. I'm a special education teacher and the public education advocate for the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association. Chair Garcia, members of the committee, it's time that a right is done. It's time that we right the wrong that was perpetrated by people who once were in this room. Previous administrations sought to loosen the ground on which our society is based, which is a strong public education system, and allow private charter and voucher schools to spread their roots across our city. They thought that they would be able to shrink down Pulaski and Alba into nothing, but that did not work. We argued then and continue to believe that co-location is not beneficial for students in either of these schools. To quote a public education champion I know, co-location is always segregation. The students of Pulaski and Alba deserve to have their programs that can grow and thrive, to expand their vibrant programs and provide basic necessities to their staff and students. No more speech lessons in closets. No more teachers pushing carts because they don't have classrooms. More classrooms means smaller class sizes. More space means students off the waiting lists and into classrooms. Pulaski and Alba students need this space to grow, and this resolution will allow it, while giving enough time for the leadership of Carmen to make appropriate plans to provide space and facilities that best fits their students, with a significant lead time for that effort. Now that Alba and Pulaski have begun to blossom again, pardon me, y'all been blossoming for a long time, I apologize. It's time for them to have their full buildings back. Support the end of the co-locations and vote yes to provide the students, our public school students, their autonomy again. And just a quick side note, just because Carmen is doing good, that doesn't negate the fact that Pulaski students could be doing better.
David Eppelsheimer, followed by Luis Carrasquillo.
David Eppelsheimer, Eppelsheimer. Madam Chair,
I'd like to thank the board for hearing the resolution 2425R001 to direct our school district's administration to give immediate notice of non-renewal for Carmen leases co-located with Alba and Pulaski. As a current MPS teacher and former teacher and staff member at Pulaski High School from 2007 until 2020, I strongly urge the board to vote yes on this resolution as it stands without amendments. I was placed at Pulaski High School on an emergency license as a special education teacher in 2007. Many of the staff members I worked with there have moved on to leadership positions in the community and within this school district because of the co-location. Some of the best teachers and staff I have had the pleasure of working with were at Pulaski. We are proud to have one of the best automotive education facilities, not just statewide, but regionally. Many of my special education students are now certified auto workers and management specialists because of the opportunities they had at Pulaski. Unfortunately, we began to have to deal with meddling and experimentation with district administration and private entities. We had 5 different principals over the course of 6 years between 2007 and 2013. For several years, Pulaski was removed as a selection from the 3-choice enrollment form that provided to parents. Our enrollment dropped, and many of Pulaski staff members felt like this was purposefully done. This all culminated in a narrow 5-4 vote by Pulaski board directors by MPS board directors to place Carmen into Pulaski's facilities on a November evening in 2015. Staff, alumni, students, and their families at Pulaski were stunned, bewildered, and felt betrayed by this decision that you have the opportunity to rectify tonight. You have all received letters from current and former staff and students from Pulaski and Alba that clarify the my way or the highway attitude that Carmen administration takes in the buildings that they occupy. In 2019, Pulaski staff, as members of Pulaski's building committees, were forced to address this board to raise concerns about unfair and frankly ethically questionable scanning practices because Carmen administration refused to work with us on finding practical solutions. From the use of classroom space to the scan, Carmen's management made it impossible to cooperatively run 2 schools in one building. You have the opportunity to stop that today. This co-location made the disparities in our city plainly clear to each and every child that I taught, and if you vote against this resolution, you are taking responsibility for that going forward. I strongly urge the
Thank you.
There is no reason that one child will receive benefit that needs to be achieved at the cost of another child.
Luis Carrasquillo. And on deck, Amber Jung.
Hi, my name is Luis Carrasquillo, Carrasquillo. When you think about the coexistence of 2 schools in the same building, what words come to mind? Our club taught about team, integration, fun, common goals, empathy, socialization, more after-school activities, greater resources for our students and the school community, among others. In the past years, our school and our students have been displaced by other schools. Each year, we have fewer classrooms available, less access to the auditorium, our school gyms, bathrooms, and more. This greatly affects our IB education, which promotes a comprehensive and global education. The interaction with the students and the teachers of the other school in the building is almost non-existent. They have never integrated us in their activities. They even block our access, while in the activities that we carry out, everyone is welcome. It is not equitable the benefits that they receive by being in our building and those that we receive, which is none. With greater access to our building, our school will have the opportunity to be the center of a community in Milwaukee. Develop the educational activities for parents, dance classes, social development activities, information for minorities and low-income people. All of this integrate into our schools and thus promote and implement all the IB culture. With greater access to our facilities in the building, we will have greater opportunities to become the educational center that our community of students and parents need. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the AFP Committee, and administration. My name is Amber Jung, J-U-N-G. I'm a school counselor at Pulaski High School, speaking on behalf of our school counseling department. We first would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the co-location of Carmen within Pulaski High School. Before Carmen moved into the building, the Pulaski counselors had their own school counseling office suite, where collaboration was the driving force that offered students all resources in one area. This was taken away from us when it became Carmen's main office. Without this space, it has been difficult for us to work as a cohesive department and complicates the accessibility of school counselor support. This encourages wasted time in the hallways by students in search of counseling services. School counselors have found success working in close proximity, which the majority of MPS high schools currently have. Co-location has made it impossible for our offices to be near one another. Under our current design, if a student has a need for a counselor and that counselor is not available, there's a strong possibility that the student may feel discouraged and go unserviced. Our vision is that no student goes unserviced. Our suite would not only include counselors, but individuals that would help drive the success of our students, including our data processor, programmer, and counseling secretary, who are all currently scattered across the building. Having all of these individuals together with student academic records, which include transcripts and standardized test scores, would improve communication between departments and with our stakeholders. Currently, we have shared large spaces such as the auditorium and cafeteria, which has made it difficult in scheduling events with community partners, sharing post-secondary opportunities, and most recently, graduation preparations. Since we are an IB school, we envision creating a stronger college-going culture, providing additional visual aids, workshops, presentations, and programming to increase graduation rate and ensure the future success of our students. Please vote yes on the resolution. Thank you.
All right, we have Susan Cronenberg, followed by Sarah Kemp.
Good evening. I'm Susan Cronenberg, Kronenberg. I am the full-time school social worker at Pulaski. I work to support some of our most vulnerable students. While we have co-located kindly within our space, I would like to share how it impacts our students in their most difficult moments. Imagine you're having the worst day of your life, but trying to keep yourself together at school. You're having awful thoughts, and suddenly you feel ready to tell someone. You remember that the school support staff introduced themselves as people who are available to listen or help when needed. You remember that I said that my office was near the gym, so you find my office, knock on my door, feeling uneasy but ready to ask for help. But unfortunately, I'm doing home visits. I'm not there. What do? Do you feel brave enough to walk down the hallway, through the doors, at the stairs to find the school psychologist? Or do you walk down the hallway into the basement, ground floor to find your school counselor? You probably don't. You may never get the courage to ask for help. In most schools, there is a shared student service space where pupil service staff intercept and catch those students before they slip through the cracks. If you see an anxious student knocking on the door of a colleague who you know is not available because they're out doing home visits, you invite them into your office. But at Pulaski, we're spread throughout the building. We don't have a student services office area because it was turned into the Carmen main office. We don't have a go-to space for help. We have a go there, or try there, or go down another flight of stairs and try there spaces, creating barriers to crisis intervention and collaboration. This is about not being able to provide trauma-informed support for all students in a building with infrastructure designed for one school, not two. Because of our needs, Pulaski has been chosen to join the School Community Partnership for Mental Health, which will bring a therapist to our building. We can't put a therapist in any random office. We don't know which Pulaski staff person we'll have to displace in order for them to have an office for therapy. But we do know that we have students with mental health needs who deserve those resources. I implore you to do what's best for all students and end the co-location. Thank you.
Sarah Kemp? She's left, all right. Kirsch McKinney, Hunter Prime.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the AFP Committee and administration. My name is Kirsch Hunter Prime. That's Hunter space no hyphen Prime. I've been an educator in this district for over a decade and have spent the past few years as a proud Pulaski Ram. Yes. We say all the time that our public schools are the heart of our community, and nowhere is this more true than at Pulaski. As an IB school, Pulaski has a lot to offer, and I'm thrilled to say that we are currently working to expand our career path program to include a graphic design option in partnership with MATC that I am lucky enough to be spearheading. Yeah. We currently have an incredible auto shop program, but unfortunately over the past few years, Pulaski has lost many elective and career counseling offerings, including our entire business department, our core program, and our orchestra programs, due to the lack of classroom space so that we could accommodate Carmen's occupation. Pulaski, our school, our community, our students, brimming with potential. We've got brilliant, motivated, multilingual student body that's ready to meet the needs and challenges of our community head on. We have a quality IB program that's not only bilingual, but also accessible to students who wouldn't normally have access to IB programming, such as students with IEPs and English language learners. Which is huge, yeah. In fact, our program currently has a wait list due to its high demand. I talk about dreams a lot with my students. I try to focus on what we can build and how we can take ownership of seeing our dreams realized. I think that's important. And one of my favorite ways to do this is to ask my students the magic wand question. If you could wave a magic wand, change anything in our school, and like that, what would, it would happen, what would you do? And this is where the creativity and brilliance of our young people really shine. Time and time again, our students show that they are interested in learning. They are excited about it. They want more options. They want choice. They want hands-on experiences. One group of students came up with the idea of having like a cosmetology or like a barber program, which I thought was so cool and unique. Another student said they wanted to set up like a podcast recording studio. Someone else said robotics lab with more specialized music classes. And all these ideas are excellent. But what do all these dreams require? Space, right? Space to grow, real physical space with more staff, which our students deserve. I went to a public school, had a robust career program. Anything you had it, anything you could think of, you had it. This is from that program. I still use this today. 15 years later, Pulaski's got that for sure. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Gary Nelson, followed by Alyssa Craig.
Hello, my name is Greg Nelson, Nelson. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am the band director at Pulaski High School, and inside the band room, there are practice rooms. Currently, there are 3 of those practice rooms being used by an ESL teacher, a special ed teacher, and the special ed coordinator. That means that during instruction time, there can be staff and students moving in and out of the classroom at any time. So it's as bad as one class, I was asked by students that entered the room, do you know where so-and-so is? And can you give them a message for me? And this happened 4 times in one class. It's not that bad all the time, but lack of space is causing inefficiencies in teaching, and these inefficiencies are being passed down to our students. Thank you.
Greetings all, my name is Alyssa Krieg and I teach MYP English 9 and 10 at Pulaski High School. Although I have heard and understand the many points presented by Carmen's staff and students, I would like to highlight the inequities present by their co-location of Pulaski High School. Walking through one of the biggest schools in the state of Wisconsin by square footage, you may look at the school and think that there would be room enough for 2 schools. If split evenly, perhaps there would be. However, walking through the school, it is noticeable that Carmen has more floors and more classrooms. I hear Carmen's worry about eviction and the hope they have about seeing their students graduate where they started, but I have hopes too. I have dreams to see my students have the same class sizes that Carmen does. I dream to see IEP teachers that have rooms to teach their students. And I dream to be able to pull a student who is having the worst day of their life into a room that isn't a closet. Carmen can attain their dreams, but does it have to be achieved at Pulaski? Does it have to come at the cost of Pulaski? I pose a few questions to the board. Have you taught in a classroom with 40 children in a room? Have you not had space for them to sit? Perhaps, perhaps not. Have you had to travel to teach in a classroom or share one with others who haven't had a fair chance to properly create a classroom environment? If you had, you would understand the inequities presented to our staff and students. Our kiddos are let down, and I want you to know the crazy part. They know that things are unequal. I have taught A Raisin in the Sun by Lorraine Hansberry, and we always include a discussion on redlining and charter schools. It is heartbreaking to watch my students understand, to truly understand how little our communities value, trust, support, and encourage them. I can't make the rest of their life fair for them, but it would mean a lot to me if I could make a single room, room 222, safe and fair. Education is only about the kids. I'm asking you to think about the kids, all of them, those who are bilingual, special ed, refugees, and English language learners.
Thank you.
Janet Arellano, followed by Antonio Cruz.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garcia and members of the board. My name is Janet Arellano, A-R-E-L-L-A-N as in Nancy, O. And I come here as an art educator, as a proud activist, and more than anything, as a first-generation public school alumni and graduate. I'm very honored to be a part of the public school system, and that is one of the things that brings me joy. So anytime I see my kids graduate, mind you, I'm from an elementary school, and they're like, I did it. I'm like, okay, that's the first step. You did it, right? But then I see them go and choose their selections. My school is 97% Latino with a bilingual program education, thriving. And I see them succeed, and I see them feel safe, and I see their family participate in our activities. Why? Because our teachers care, because our system cares, because our school cares. And when I see them go into the schools, such as Pulaski, it brings me so much joy that there is a high school that is dedicated to bilingual and ESL programs. It makes me feel so much joy that we have this in the Southside community. It brings me joy that we are proud public school educators, families, and communities. And we also see the disparaging increases of things that we need. We have a high percentage and growing percentage of students that are in need of special education. And it keeps on growing. Our Latino education, our Latino population is growing as well. And so when our families are looking for something, they're looking for something that their students, that their kids can come back and say, I learned this today. I learned this about my culture. I learned this in Spanish. I wish I came from a bilingual program, but I am glad that Pulaski has it. And more than anything, I just keep on thinking in my head about that first speaker that said, it's only 39 people in the waiting list. 39 is 39. One student is enough. We need to treat every student with the equity and what they deserve. We see that students cannot go to certain hallways, cannot go to certain water fountains. Does that not sound familiar right now? We see occupations going on. How can we go ahead and educate our students that they deserve the freedom and liberation that they need if they cannot go to certain spaces? Please vote yes on the resolution. IMPs you. Gracias otra vez.
Thank you. Antonio Cruz and Leslie Brambila, if you can be on deck.
My name is Antonio Cruz, CRUC, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a privilege to be here. We have a group of very passionate people here. Today I come as a parent at Alba School. I've seen this school grow during the years from a K to 5, from a K to 8. And we have a growing community that we are not capable and able to bring together because we don't have the space. We've heard this countless times this night. Probably we're going to be hearing that again and again and again. This is an issue. But I'm not going to say anymore, but I'm going to leave you with this quote. A house that is divided cannot stand. An institution that is divided eventually will stumble on itself. Let us grow. Let us show you what our schools are capable of and what we can achieve as a family at Alba School. Thank you.
Good evening, dear board. My name is Leslie Brambila, Brambila. I am a new international Spanish teacher at proudly Pulaski High School. Thank you. Can you imagine what it is to leave your country, to leave your family, to leave your culture, to leave the comfort of speaking your language, to embrace your kids to move to a new country which is completely different to yours, to spend effort, time, and money to move here. Everything just to give yourself to others so they can experience learning from you. You are expecting your own classroom to show habits, routines, to provide visual help, to teach dynamic classes, to be the safe place for them to interact. But you cannot. You cannot because it is not your classroom. It is not your space. You cannot arrange the classroom as you wish because you lack ownership and space. You're never ready for them, and they feel it, and they demand a classroom to feel the freedom of saying and doing on their classroom. The only way to fix that is by allowing students to experiment with a sense of belonging, where they can become thinkers and inquirers. They need to be part of the process, and they need to have their own classroom for each subject. Please vote yes for the kids, not for the teachers, the kids. Thank you.
Shakira Iglesias, followed by Cesar Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Shakira Iglesias, Iglesias. I am a Spanish teacher and also the teacher leader of Corazon Latino in Pulaski High School. In 2018, I arrived at our school with a mission in my head to transform. Our job as teacher is to transform the life, the spaces, the opportunities of our students. With this vision in my mind, I came to Pulaski, and I believe in Pulaski. From that day until today, I have seen my department disintegrate every year due to the lack of classroom for 1 or 2 of our 5 teachers who should be in our department. I have struggled for years trying to build a curriculum aligned to the needs of our students and the vision of the IB program that we have implemented in recent years at our school. How to achieve it when every year I find myself expecting that someone is going to leave and we have to start again. Don't our students deserve an education of excellence, an education that takes them to their full potentials? How do we do this if teachers decide to move to other schools because they don't have classrooms for these classes? It's not just about a coexistence, or rather the lack of it. It's not just seeing how one school receives greater benefit than the other, even when we share the same building. It is not even about the zero integration that exists between the other schools and ours. That more than seeming to share buildings, We only exist in parallel worlds that never connect. It's about our students deserving the resources to obtain a quality education and something as a basic, the space that we do not have. It limits us as a department and school to continue to grow and develop the implementation of the IB. We want our students to have the same opportunities as everyone else, not to feel limited and strangers in our school. Thank you. Vote yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, rest of the board, administration. My name is Cesar Hernandez, spelled Hernandez. I am a dues-paying member, rank and file of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Local 231. I am also going to be sworn in as an e-board member for the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement. Very proud of that, to continue representing our community and our capacity for opportunities for our youth. But most importantly, I am very proud to be a former MPS student. So I'm also the son of an MPS educator for my whole life. She taught at Riley for most of my life, and I'm currently the significant other of a student at Hayes Bilingual. Teacher, sorry, not student. Oh, wow. Strike that, right? Okay. Bring it back, right? So here's the thing, is being that I have these very personal connections, right, with these educators that deal with these problems that we've been hearing so many people talk about tonight. They're very passionate about these things. I know firsthand that it's without a doubt that these funds that are being allocated to these schools, no matter how great they are, and I know that they're doing great work. I have a lot of friends and people in my community that have attended these schools, including Carmen, and have nothing but good things to say about Carmen. So it is nothing against the staff or the students, to be clear. It is simply the existence of them as an institution dipping their hands into the public pot and taking away these funds and resources for our students, right? For our children, born or unborn, to come. So that being said, every single member of this board, I appreciate your dedication, and I would hope that you're sitting on this board because you are, in fact, a champion of public education. Otherwise, why are you there? Elections are coming up, too, so understand we are watching, and we will have to hold the feet accountable as well, too. We hope that you do the right thing. We hope that you vote yes, because it is honestly the only option. If you say that you are for public education, there is no other option. And because Carmen is so great and because the staff makes the school, the building does not, if they have to move to another building, the school will be just as great because their people are great. Thank you.
Cecilia Collins, followed by Dawn Tower.
Madam Chair, Superintendent, and your associates, listen, I've listened to enough.
Can you spell your last name?
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry.
record?
My last name is Collins.
Thank you.
You want me to spell the first one?
No.
Oh, no?
Just,
Okay.
Just the last name. Thank you.
Listen, I don't have a script. I'm speaking as an individual, but I belong to a long list of other people. They're wearing green. So let me say this. I'm tired of coming here fighting for the right of public school children. I don't linger on the other side. I am for public education. These children need to have their own school, as they've been doing just before the individual who voted them in. Should I say his name? His name was Wendell Harris. And if I lost some hair on that, I did. But I'm gonna say this, these children deserve a break right now, today, vote yes. The other part of this is, again, I have a director that needs to hear this too. I'm in District 3. He needs to know this loud and clear. He needs to be one of those people that vote yes for this. I have news for you. You have 2,000 and some odd people in the area that I live in. I just want to remind the gentleman of that. The other part is be cordial, be responsible, and that goes for every last one of y'all on this board, those that are not here and those that are here. My other part is, again, I'm tired of being tired, and I'm not going to be tired no more until y'all do the right thing for one time. I did not get a response. It's always nice to get a response from people. I took enough initiative to call you. I think you should have responded. I openly say this. I'm not going to mention anybody else's name but one. But I said his name. But the other part, everybody knows who they are. I know who I am. I know I'm in community. I know I'm about community, but this is not about me. It's always been about the children. Let them have their school. Ms. Garcia, I want to remind you what that gentleman just said. Election time is coming, and I'm telling you, some of y'all in trouble.
Thank you. Dawn Tower, followed by Paula Hernandez.
I'm Dawn Tower, that's Tower, Director Garcia, members of the board, and Dr. Posley. I'm an ESL teacher at Riverside University High School, where we have seen our bilingual and ESL program grow exponentially due to recently arrived families being told that there is no room at Pulaski. Though I am an MPS teacher, I am here to talk to you as an MPS parent. Because I am a language teacher, when I sent my child to school in 2017, I knew that I wanted to enroll my child in a language immersion program. I had various options, but as a parent, proximity to the school was also a highly important consideration. I live on the north side. My first choice and second choice were north side schools, Milwaukee German Immersion and Milwaukee French Immersion. After all, I did not want to put a 4-year-old child, my baby, on a 45-minute to 60-minute ride on a bus to the south side. Ultimately, we got our first choice, and my child is now a 5th grader at MGIS who will be sticking with MPS in middle school and in high school as he transitions to Milwaukee School of Languages. Would I have chosen a language immersion program on the south side, though? I don't know. Specialty programs in proximity are an important consideration for MPS parents. MPS parents should be able to have both and not have to be turned away from their first choice because of a lease agreement. I am confident that Carmen, given 2 years' time and support, can find an adequate space of their own. Thank you.
Paula Hernandez, followed by Rachel Schulter, sorry.
Hi, my name is Paula Hernandez. I am a graduate from Allenfield Elementary bilingual program, where I never felt shared spaces back then. I'm a proud aunt of 2 graduates that continually met their reading goal for AR at Alba. That until today, they share with me and their parents about their memorable train trip to Chicago and their wonderful experiences and attention from staff they had from Alba when it was a smaller school. When they left to middle school, Alba prepared them with all the tools they needed to meet their goals. And so they did. They both shared how easy and bored they were after they left Alba. They proved it with their grades, which meant that Alba's vision, Preparando tu Futuro, was working. Now, today, I can proudly say that I am an Alba parent of 2 fifth graders and a first grader. One with an individual plan that gets his resource help in a small closet. I teared with the lower special education teacher one day who shared with me, crying, that there's not enough communication with her team to help students because of her team members being too far away from each other in other small spaces. Goals are not being met in classrooms. They're being rushed. I can clearly see that there are too many students for one teacher and shared paras. I'm here for my children and for all the children of Alba. We are crying for space. What happened to the days when Alba students were receiving equal education? I cried this year on my own that my daughter did not get her train trip for AR because of the need there is in every classroom and not enough teachers able to lead our programs anymore. Our school spirit, traditions, teamwork is changing because of the high need of space and staff to continue making the Alba dream work. I don't want to lose another wonderful teacher at Alba from burnout, please. And most importantly, I don't want to see Alba students feeling their teacher burnt out anymore. I no longer want to see many emotional needs students running down the hallways more than ever before. That is not safe. That is not healthy. Next year, my fifth graders will be in Alba's middle school, and they deserve. When they have a question, they deserve more clubs, sports, and healthy.
Thank you.
Every child deserves to come home satisfied with meeting their goals, content, and telling their parents how much their school cares about them.
Thank you.
Board members, please give us more space.
Thank you.
All right, we have Rachel Schroeder. Yes. Is she here? She left? All right. Put her to the side in case. All right. Ms. Brenda Martinez, followed by Dayana Robles Herrera.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brenda Martinez, Martinez. Good evening, Chair Garcia and members of the AFP Committee and Administration. I'm Brenda Martinez, co-founder and lead teacher of Alba School. I've been in this role for 20 years. I'm here on behalf of the parents, the students, and the families that have continued in La Lucha for equality, space, and expansion for Alba during these last 20 years. In these 20 years, Alba has grown from 120 students in K4 through 5th grade to today's actual enrollment of 616 students in K3 through 8th grade. In 2007, Alba was moved from South Division to Walker because we needed more space. Alba was one of 3 charter schools that was placed into the Walker building. The other 2 charter schools were high schools. They were there to incubate in Walker and then move on to another space. Walker was to be Alba's home. In 2009, when we renewed our contract, parents requested that we expand our popular educational program through the 8th grade and acquire more space in the building. That request was left unanswered. In 2014, with the contract renewal, again, the grade level expansion and more space in the building to accommodate our growing school was requested. It again was left unanswered. In 2016, parents requested a meeting with the superintendent and presented petitions to the superintendent for more space and a grade level expansion. That was left unanswered. In 2017, we began a 3rd track of classes at each grade level, adding 1 more class at a time with the space we already had. In 2018, again, parents and the School Governance Council wrote letters to then superintendent and to then school board members requesting more space and expansion. In 2019, with the contract renewal, the grade level and space expansion was requested. The grade level expansion was approved, but only if it would fit within our existing space footprint in the Walker campus. This required closing that third track of classrooms that we were building at each grade level. The ground level expansion that was increasing enrollment would have to halt in order to add on the grades for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. This was the year of the Room 11 and the pandemic. Parents and community members have asked for more space, a building of our own, since 2004 when we first opened. Every time formal requests are made, they are left unanswered. Alba continues to grow in enrollment with a waiting list of 28 students right now in kinder through 8th and 40 students in Head Start for this current school year that ends tomorrow for our students. And for fall, there are already 51 students in kinder through 8th grade waiting for space.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of committee. My name is Diana Robles, spelled R-O-B-L-E-S, and I'm a proud alumni of Carmen South High School. And I'm here today to urge you to vote no on the resolution. Growing up, I faced numerous challenges due to the lack of guidance. The opportunities I received from Carmen High School had a profound impact on my life. For instance, I had the chance to intern at the Godfrey & Kahn law firm, where I gained mentors who opened up new possibilities for me. They shared their career paths and gave me insights into what it was like to be an attorney, making my dream of becoming an attorney feel achievable. The Carmen Network provides multitudes of internships, and just this year, they provided 31 internships placements. Without the internship program at Carmen, I might have become another college dropout statistic. Because of the support provided by Carmen, I was able to go to college and recently graduated from Marquette University with a major in political science and criminology. Carmen helped me navigate the complex college application process. Additionally, they provided a stepping stone for the real world by incorporating resume workshops and mock interviews, preparing me for the professional settings. Carmen didn't just help me academically, they helped me grow as a person. All in all, schools like Carmen are not just buildings. They are lifelines that turn dreams into reality. And I truly believe that Carmen has the ability and credibility to do just that. My story is just one of thousands of families who had been positively impacted by Carmen. Carmen's significance to our community is profound, and it will continue to provide opportunities and guidance for future generations. With this in mind, I urge you to please vote no to the resolution tonight, as the future of our community lies on your hands. Thank you.
Radamés Galarza, followed by Dan Soini.
Good afternoon. My name is Radamés Galarza, Galarza, Director Garcia, and members of the committee, and Superintendent Posley. I'm one of the founders of Alba School. We were very surprised when we moved from South Division High School, and in 2007, were informed that Walker International Middle School was closed and Alba was going to share the space. I want to reiterate the need for the space for the students, for the parents, and for staff. I want to share today's experience. The space challenges for Alba are many. Today is a good example where I volunteer my office for an IEP testing, an IEP meeting, and an investigation. I was able to get my office after 3 hours later. Our process is to select various spaces first, like the conference room. Then we move to the nurse's office, And if the nurse's office is busy, then we go to the library. If the library is busy, then we move to the parent center. And if that doesn't work, then usually it comes to my office. Please support this resolution. Give Alba and Carmen students the space and that each other deserve. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, members of administration, Dan Soiney, S-O-I-N-E-Y. There's been a lot of talk tonight and online about people being shocked and amazed and surprised and kind of, oh my gosh, about this resolution being brought forward. And I think a lot of people forget that those of us that were at Pulaski in 2015 felt the same feelings when the shotgun wedding was forced upon us. And at that time, what I did, I organized staff, I lobbied board directors, I called legislatures, and basically raised a lot of cane, went to about 350 board meetings. My reward for that was to get access from Pulaski after 21 years. And further, after 24, I was forced to leave the district because I believe I was blackballed for my activism. In addition, my professional reputation was damaged by the then principal of Carmen Southeast, who posted online slander about me. This has been documented. The board knew about it at the time, as well as the superintendent. Moving on to today, as a taxpayer, I expect and insist that my tax dollars go to public schools that are governed by an elected school board, not a panel of MMAC CEOs. Tonight is your time to right the wrong done to the students, staff, and general Pulaski community by voting yes on this resolution. It's time to grant Pulaski a divorce from their 2016 shotgun wedding.
Yandel Santiago Rivera. Yandel Santiago Rivera. All right. Johan Ortiz Castillo.
Good evening, MPS board members and attendees. I am Johan Ortiz Castillo, O-R-T-I-Z-C-A-S-T-I-L-L-O. I am a Carmen alum from the graduating class of 2022, and I'm now attending Yale University and studying computer science and art on a full ride. Thanks to the amazing education and college guidance Carmen has been able to give me. I came to Carmen for many reasons, but the biggest one being that 100% of students get accepted to college. For me and many other students who have a dream of pursuing higher education, Carmen is their home. Carmen has had an incredible impact on my and many others' education. Carmen is their home. Carmen has had an incredible impact. Relocating Carmen abruptly would mean uprooting the education of young students. This resolution presented would negatively affect the quality of life and education for students attending Carmen on the south side. It would effectively make commutes longer for many families and give uncertainty for the resources and quality of the program that Carmen could offer after being relocated. Please vote no to the resolution and keep the education of Carmen students stable. Thank you.
Dana Woodituff, followed by Nick Gerard Larson.
Hello, my name is Dana Whittiff, W-I-T-H-E-F-T. And I am a proud educator at Alba Elementary School, and I support the resolution. Alba has been a wonderful community of learners where they're encouraged and supported and empowered to thrive to their greatest potential. We're the only bilingual arts school with a gifted and talented IB program in MPS. Many of our teachers are part of the Javits Grant, which identifies and nurtures gifted and talented in our bilingual students. We're passionate about ensuring our kids receive the best education they deserve through the fine arts, IB gifted and talented pedagogies, and our talent development. My class alone and the rest of the fourth grade classes boast several of these high potential students, which are receiving amazing opportunities. I can only imagine what our kids and our other Southside Milwaukee kids could accomplish if provided with more wiggle room for their investigations and interests. There is no doubt why Alba keeps growing each year and why communities and families want to enroll their children at our school. Each class has up to 30 students, and we simply don't have the space for more students. Due to our limited space and capacity, we have a wait list and cannot accommodate families eager to enroll their children in a bilingual IB school. Next year, there will be 3 fifth grade classrooms, and placing all those students, most of whom have been in Alba since kindergarten, will be extremely challenging as they move into 6th grade for the 2025-2026 school year. Several families are looking to put their kids in parochial schools, and that shouldn't be the case for them. The resolution would allow Alba, an MPS school, the ability to keep all our students through 8th grade. Just like our students have immense potential, so does Alba. With more adequate space, we can serve many more Milwaukee students. And that's it. Thank you.
Nick Gerard Larson. Oh. April Denoli Sherrick. I do my best with this handwriting, people. I do my best.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. I apologize for my handwriting. My name is April Dannelly Shank, spelled DANNELLY-SCHENCK. I am one of 4 music teachers at Alba School, and I would like to share some about our space challenges, as many other people have mentioned tonight. We have 1 music classroom for all 4 of these teachers. 2 of them are part-time, 2 of us are full-time. And we switch off this 1 classroom between the 2 full-time teachers, and we travel on alternating days. This means that 2 days a week, we are teaching in classrooms. So the other full-time teacher teaches 1st and 2nd grade in their classrooms where there are lots of desks. And as you can imagine with elementary general music, you need a lot of movement, especially in those first 3 grades. And there is just not space for that in those classrooms. So they're not getting the movement that they need in those classes. I also teach K-5 general music in their classroom, which is being shared at the same time with our school counselor, separated just by a divider. So he unfortunately is trying to be a counselor at the same time that we have general music going on in the room with lots of singing and playing of instruments, so on and so forth. We also have challenges in lesson spaces in terms of small groups. Our samba groups, rehearse in the auditorium. We have lessons in the faculty lounge, which is kindly offered to us by our faculty. They do not have to share that space, but they are graciously doing so. In a backstage dressing room and in hallways sometimes. We store many instruments in our hallways, most of our instruments, in fact, which creates possibility for damaging the instruments among safety issues. I ask that you please consider passing this resolution, not to diminish Carmen or the Carmen students or staff, but rather to allow Alba students to flourish in their arts education. Thank you.
Nadia Liz Mendez. Noelia Enriquez.
Good evening, Board. My name is Nadia Liz Mendez. Last name is M-E-N-D-E-Z. And I am a proud Riverside alum. And I actually want to start with just a little anecdote of how I came to Milwaukee. In 1998, my parents decided to move here from Puerto Rico, and I was placed in Edison Middle School. My ESL classroom was basically a closet. Our bilingual program was in the basement. And how is it that in 2024, our children are experiencing similar inequities? That is completely and utterly unacceptable. We can do better. ALBA has made it a point to make sure that our children are learning their language and their culture in a way that fills them with pride of knowing their Latino heritage. And that's what we should be continue to encourage. Also, we should also look at the fact that the inequity also exists in our most vulnerable population, which is our children with special needs. They should be able to have a space that is dignified, that is honorable, and respectful to the challenges and things that they have to deal with. I know firsthand because I have a child with special needs. And the fact that I see some of our children in those so explicitly those horrible spaces, so small, that they're not able to fully develop and be able to fully, if they need to STEM, if they need the sensory output, they're not able to do so in those spaces. So we need to make sure that we vote yes to the resolution because we want to make sure that those equities don't happen anymore. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Noelia Enriquez, E-N-R-I-Q-U-E-Z, and I am the school support teacher at ALBA. I am here today to advocate for my students and school. As an SST, one of my roles is school assessment coordinator, and I help oversee district and state assessments within the school. The MPS Department of Research, Data, and Assessment states that one of the core activities is to coordinate formal and informal assessments that drive the decision-making processes to achieve classroom, school, and district goals. Therefore, as a school assessment coordinator, I must help staff provide accommodations, supports, and specific testing environments to accurately measure student achievement. Unfortunately, our limited space has made this a very challenging task. Separate setting testing environments have been hard to supply for our students in need of them, and we have resorted to testing in very small and distracting spaces. These have included sharing rooms with other testing groups separated by a mere divider, closets attached or near classrooms with instruction occurring, and even the laundry room or teacher's lounge. These environments are not adequate enough to ensure students are focused and performing their best on these assessments. We have also had to deal with the obstacle of noise due to the lack of space. As a bilingual school, certain tests are only given to particular grades or ELL students. Therefore, it is often difficult to provide a quiet testing environment when instruction, music lessons, and assemblies are occurring within nearby testing locations. With 2 schools in the building, schedules do not align, and there are noises, movements, and events occurring that can overwhelm the testing environment. Students struggle at times to pay attention under these conditions, thus resulting in inaccurate or lower test results. My support of the resolution is to give our students the space and atmosphere they need in order to be successful and provide our school with accurate data to better serve our students. This is not an attack on Carmen, which I know they have their own hindrances with sharing a space, but a demand that the struggles of our students and school be heard and their needs be met. I ask the board members to vote yes for the resolution that Director Zambor has brought forward. Thank you.
Lori Saharatni.
Hi, I'm Lori Zaradny. I'm one of the speech language pathologists at ALBA,
and I am here to support the resolution. Like most of my coworkers, I think all of my coworkers, we bear no ill will towards Carmen. I have found their students to be delightful when I have come in contact with them, and I wish them all the best, whether or not the resolution passes. My office for providing speech therapy is the storage closet inside of one of our 5K classrooms. It does have walls and a door, but the walls don't go all the way up. So I'm well integrated into the 5K classroom. And kindergartners are joyful, and joyful children make a lot of noise. I also have our traveling music teacher in there once a week, so I am in there during music time. And my students, by their very nature, are difficult to understand. And when I'm inside of a loud classroom, it's even more difficult to understand them. And it's more difficult for me to know how to correct when they're making mispronunciations if I don't even know if they've made mispronunciations. The other speech-language pathologist has a similar setup. She is inside of a third grade classroom, again, with the walls not going all the way to the ceiling. So she's hearing all of that. And then within that same third grade classroom is our first through third grade special education teacher. She does not have walls. She has a divider on one side, and then she put together some filing cabinets on the other side to kind of make a room for herself. And then our guidance counselor is in the other 5K classroom, separated by a divider. These are not good places to be providing services for our highest needs students. Because I am in the basement and need to go to the second floor, I need to go up 2 flights of stairs. Sometimes I try to work with my upstairs kids upstairs, and our other special education teacher, the one you heard from who works in a utility closet, lets me use her room, but when there's testing in there, I can't use it, so we end up in the hallway. So again, please vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Savannah Thompson. Leah Bishop. John Aguirre.
Hello, my name is John Aguirre, Aguirre. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm here representing Carmen as a teacher, and also the Carmen and Pulaski Co-op as a basketball and baseball coach. Although Pulaski and Carmen are separated as schools, athletics provides the opportunity for student athletes to work together towards a common goal. Carmen athletes have always had a positive impact on their teammates through their characteristics of goal setting and their commitment. Carmen is committed to creating critical thinkers who have a positive impact on their community, which is demonstrated in this athletics cooperative. Carmen's participation in sports has increased in every sport over the last 2 years, but especially in basketball and baseball. Carmen students are committed to success and take responsibility for their preparation on themselves by creating a culture conducive to winning. Carmen students, multiple times throughout this basketball and baseball season, I've witnessed players like Jaren and Aiden push their teammates and work with them to improve their skills, often taking the initiative to organize team practices outside of our own designated practice times to pursue the collective goals of team success. Moments like this illustrate the positive impact that Carmen students have for both Pulaski and Carmen, and demonstrating the effectiveness of a partnership when working together. Carmen students are committed to excellence, and their increased participation in sports is a major reason why Carmen and Pulaski Co-op have had some of the most successful years in Pulaski history, with our basketball team earning a 7 seed in the state tournament this year, which is the highest ever, and our baseball team having an undefeated season for the first time in Pulaski history. I fear with the removal of Carmen from Pulaski, I fear for the survival of Pulaski athletics and the opportunities that athletics provide for both Carmen and Pulaski students. I urge you guys to please vote no tonight on the resolution, as the positive impact that Carmen has in athletic success can be an example of the cooperation between the two schools moving forward. Please vote no on this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Keishla Colon Montanez, followed by America Perez.
Good evening. My name is Keishla Colon Montanez, COLON-MONTANEZ. I graduated as a salutatorian from Carmen High School Southeast Campus, and I followed on having a full ride at the University of Chicago, where I'm now graduating as June 1st. I'm excited. I clearly remember 2016, I was a freshman of high school, and actually a new resident of Wisconsin, a migrant from Puerto Rico. I remember learning English, struggling, but learning English with the support of my peers and my amazing teachers. And most importantly, I remember Carmen being my second home. Truly, it was right in front of my house. I lived right in front of the school. At the time, living directly across from Carmen made it the perfect choice, as it is for the majority of its student body, which live in the South Side within District 6 and 7. But moreover, it was both the proximity coupled with the school's deep alignment with my own aspirations for academic and personal growth that made it the perfect fit for me. It was in this school that I thrived as a varsity volleyball player through our joint teams with Pulaski, and through collaboration, I fostered a sense of unity and achievement as we excelled in tournaments together. Furthermore, programs like the Auto Shop, I was part of that, and the Debate Club, which were offered in conjunction with Pulaski, enriched my high school experience significantly. These joint efforts are invaluable, and the thought of dismantling this network truly deeply concerns me, and for the future of Carmen students and Pulaski students. Moreover, Carmen High School was instrumental in paving my path to university. The support and opportunities provided by Carmen are why I advocated for my sister to send her children there, ensuring the continuation of this enriching legacy within my own family. Today, my nephews are thriving at Carmen Southeast, 2 of them, and my sister-in-law is actually an assistant teacher at Alba, which we love having discussions about that. All in all, my family is a testament of this educational network that has been fostering over the past years. I stand before you as a Carmen alumni to really inform you about a place that offered me not just an education, but a transformative experience in my life. And by saying no to this resolution, you will preserve the legacy of Carmen High School, allowing it to continue enriching the lives of past, current, and future students like myself and my nephews. Please say no and reject any resolution that would disrupt the education and community we have built. Thank you.
Tatiana Sanchez, followed by Janice Menke.
Hello, my name is America Perez, that is P-E-R-E-Z. I'm an 11th grade student at El Carmen South High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, I did not expect to spend my 17th birthday in fear of the removal of Carmen schools from their buildings and in fear for the students who come after me. I stand before you as a first-generation student from an underprivileged community, asking you to let us all continue with our education at Carmen. Both of my siblings graduated from Carmen South. My brother continued his education at UW-Madison and obtained a bachelor's degree in computer science. My sister was valedictorian of the class of 2020 and obtained a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences at Marquette. They both graduated college debt-free. Both did so with the help and support of Carmen High School. As first-generation minority students that reside in the south side of Milwaukee, we know our options for high schools in our area are limited. Carmen is the only high school that provides these low-income neighborhoods with a high-quality curriculum, college counseling, and various internship connections at the corporate level. I'm eternally grateful to be able to attend a great high school close to my home that has provided me many resources and opportunities I would have otherwise never known about. There is no substitute for Carmen high schools in these neighborhoods. Relocation would lead to the displacement of more than 1,000 students. Other schools do not currently provide the same support, education, and services offered at Carmen high schools. Walker campus would be left without a great high school. Carmen High School's college acceptance rate is 98%, which I might add is higher than most. For MPS to uphold their mission statement for preparing Milwaukee students for success in higher education, post-education opportunities, work, and citizenship, then MPS should allow students and families to attend a school that excels in these objectives. If this is truly about serving students, Carmen High School should be allowed to remain in their buildings. Do not wait until June. I ask you to vote no to this resolution. Thank you.
Tatiana Sanchez.
My name is Tatiana Sanchez, S-A-N-C-H-E-Z. I am here to tell you how fortunate I am to be a Carmen alum. I received a stellar education at no cost. Carmen prepared me to be at the same level as those receiving a private school education, and I know this because I sit and work alongside those students. For me, Carmen's location was also a major factor in my decision to enroll. Our residence, just 2 blocks away, made it easier for me to be able to attend school and receive a high-quality education. At Carmen, 76% of students who participate in the internship program graduate to and through college. Carmen provided me with numerous opportunities. Through those opportunities, I was able to secure 2 internships, one at Baird, who I'm currently interning for, and Colliers, 2 very reputable companies. Opportunities such as these are often only offered or available to students from affluent communities. The level of care from each staff member at Carmen is amazing. I have always felt supported. I remember Mr. Tyree, my social studies teacher, helped me overcome a moment of panic the day before my UW-Madison interview. It is through this type of support and dedication from Carmen staff, students like me can attend a university such as UW-Madison on a full tuition paid scholarship. The majority of students at Carmen are people of color, and getting an education is already a challenge without adding unnecessary obstacles. Do not punish over 1,000 students and families by removing them from their home. This is why I ask you to vote no to the resolution tonight. Please do not wait. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Garcia and members of the board. My name is Janice Minke, M-E-I-N-K-E. I am a proud City of Milwaukee resident and staff member at Carmen South High School. I have been at Carmen South for almost 14 years, and during that time, I have seen the impact that we have had on our students who live in the community immediately surrounding our school. Our students and their families choose Carmen for many different reasons. The high expectations, the academics, the safe environment we provide, the college and career support, and the proximity to where they live, to name just a few. Many of our families are Alba families or have close relatives who attend Alba. Our students walk their younger siblings, cousins, nieces, and nephews to school each morning. Say hi to them in the hallways. Run up and give hugs. Carmen has worked hard to be a good partner to MPS. Our students are public school students. Our students are MPS students, and we need to be located in the community we serve. On behalf of our students and their families, I ask you to vote no to this resolution. Don't displace our students. Thank you for your time.
Allison Arriaga. Tom Sobizak.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee, administration. Appreciate you guys all being here. My name is Tom Sobczak. It's S-O-B-C-Z-A-K. Really good attempt. Thank you, Mr. Director. I've been in education for 14 years now. I've been teaching at Carmen for 2. And what they have is very special. And that's not to say that Pulaski or Alba don't have something special. We're just different, and that's okay. But we all have the same job here. And that's what we have to remember. We are all educating MPS students. We're all educating them with our hearts, with our minds, and making sure they have a safe place to go each and every day. That is our job. That is our calling. That's our passion. That's why we're here tonight. Despite this unified vision that we have, despite this shared mission we have, it seems like politics has come into this, promising to help some while really harming more. And that's difficult. In many ways, this issue is separating our community. It's driving a wedge between its members. Politics has pulled aside part of this community and promised more space, more academic access, but however, the same politics has decided that it's palatable to remove more than 1,100 MPS students, families, and staff. How is it equitable? We've heard a lot tonight about righting the wrongs of the past, but how is it right to remove 1,100 MPS students from their home campuses? If this is truly for the kids, then why are we removing kids from where they go to school each and every day? How is that fair? In a lot of ways, it seems like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's not fair. In education, the livelihoods, the futures of these MPS students, they deserve more. MPS offers a lot, Carmen offers a lot as well. Carmen has 75% of its total population coming from within 2 miles. Carmen South is ranked by the U.S. News and World Report as number 3 high school in the MPS district. It's number 40 in the state, with Carmen Southeast close behind at number 8 in its own district. Carmen is a proven success, and Carmen South itself has a waiting list of over 200 students. 200 families seeking to have that same success for their children. And yet the plan is to remove this access to education from the community without a resolution that's been discussed. So I ask to reconsider the delay on this vote, as it is apparent that there has been no discussion, that there has been no plan in place to satisfy all MPS parties. I ask to vote no on this resolution tonight, as this resolution is.
Thank you. Ashley Perez. Ashley Perez.
Hello, my name is Ashley Perez, P-E-R-E-Z, and I'm a senior at Carmen South High School. I am here today on behalf of, speaking on my family that is part Alba and Carmen. I have a little sister that goes to Alba, and in the beginning of my senior year, me and my mom were struggling a lot of when to pick her up from school and finding a place for her to stay. That's when I talked with my principal and asked her if my little sister can stay in the office while I finish my classes. So to this day, my little sister tells me how she colors and has fun talking to the secretaries in the office. And that made me realize how special our school bond is, how Carmen took the initiative to help my sister by taking care of her and giving the reassurance that she is okay, all the while still allowing me to continue my education.
that right after my classes, we can go home together. Having the coexistence between Alba and Carmen has helped my family and many others. Even though she's an Alba student and I'm a Carmen student, none of that was taken into account because it meant everything for them to provide my little sister's safety and my family with support. That's how our schools work together as one, giving back to the community and families that don't have that support. I hope that this bond carries on into future families that are part of both Alba and Carmen. So I strongly ask you to say no to the resolution because if not, we won't grow as a community. You will only be tearing families apart. So please vote no to the resolution tonight. Don't wait until June. Thank you.
Nancy Cortez.
Buenas tardes, estimado miembro de la mesa directiva de IMPIES. Mi nombre es Nancy Cortés, C-O-R-T-E-Z, y soy la orgullosa madre de una alumna del 9º grado de la escuela South. Como madre les contaré un poco de mi experiencia con Carmen. Cada mañana yo conduzco 30 minutos para llegar a la escuela desde Franklin. No importa el tiempo que me tome para traerla aquí, porque veo el impacto que Carmen le da a mi hija. Yo decidí inscribirla aquí en Carmen porque un especialista me recomendó esta escuela para el tipo de asistencia que requiere mi hija, que ninguna otra escuela alrededor de donde vivimos nos ofrece. Los maestros, los terapeutas del habla, educación especial y todo el personal de Carmen han sido buenos con mi hija y conmigo. Y no tengo palabras más que decirle gracias. En 2 escuelas de Carmen hay más de 1000 estudiantes que ustedes deberían considerar y tocarse el corazón. Mi hija me preguntó, al enterarse que perderían el edificio, mamá, ¿qué va a pasar conmigo? ¿A qué escuela me llevarás? Por eso estoy aquí en representación de mi hija. Yo, Nancy Cortés, les pido voten no a la resolución y nos permitan quedarnos en nuestros edificios. Por favor, voten esta noche por esta resolución y no esperen hasta junio. Gracias por su atención y su tiempo.
Viridiana Sotomayor.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Viridiana Sotomayor, S-O-T-O-M-A-Y-O-R. Soy una orgullosa graduada de Milwaukee Public Schools y orgullosa madre de Carmen, de 2 niños, uno ya graduado actualmente en la universidad y uno en 11 grado. Mi hijo tal vez no va a estar aquí para cuando la escuela se cambie, pero les pido que voten no para que los demás niños tengan las mismas oportunidades que mis hijos ahora tuvieron. Ellos ya no van a estar en Carmen cuando se cambie, pero ellos aprovecharon todo lo que Carmen les dio. El apoyo de los maestros, el apoyo de todo el personal de Carmen. Yo no tengo nada más que agradecer a Carmen por todo el apoyo que les dio mis hijos, tanto al que está en la universidad como al que ahorita está en 11 grado. Les pido que voten por no, para que los niños de alrededor, los niños de la comunidad tengan los mismos derechos que mis hijos tuvieron a llegar ahí. Los trataron como familia. Carmen para mí no es una escuela. Carmen para mí es familia. Les pido que voten no y que por favor pónganse un poquito en el lado de los padres y no creen más confusión, no nos tengan más estresados y nos dejen dejar a nuestros hijos en sus escuelas. Gracias.
Deshaun Walker.
Good evening to the MPS board and to all in attendance. My name is Deshaun Walker. Walker spelled W-A-L-K-E-R, and I am a proud alum of Carmen High School of Science and Technology South Campus, as well as a proud educator of Carmen High School of Science and Technology Southeast Campus. Overall, I'm just proud to be part of the Carmen and Stellar Network. I had an awesome script for y'all, but there were a couple things that I actually decided to say instead. I have never heard the word segregation thrown around so much in my life, especially outside of history, especially outside of terms of Jim Crow or anything like that. I am a history teacher that teaches this. And I gotta tell you, what I hear are a lot of problems that we could fix. I've never heard this word thrown around so much without the rectification and the possibility of integration and better systems in place. We talked about scheduling, we talked about facilities, we talked about water fountains, issues we have already solved in our history, and yet we can't do it now. That's a problem. Our biggest solution right now for this resolution is to further segregate us. We're talking about the possibility of removing many families, 1,100 families from their area that they are 2 miles from on average. Many other families trying to come in and be part of the Carmen Network and also ally themselves with Pulaski and Alba. I have seen the systems personally as a teacher and as a student in both South and Southeast campus, where we can work this out, where we can join together and fix this issue rather than move a bunch of families and get them out of their way. Since when is a solution removing a bunch of people from one place to help others out? And if you vote yes today, I would like each and every one of you to look at each of these families and tell them why their needs are less important than other families' needs, why they cannot attend a school that they've been at. And I hear a lot of comments being made, but you know what I say is true. You know exactly what I'm saying is true. As adults of education, we're not just here for the kids either. We're here for the many parents, the many teachers that would be moved, and we're talking about inconveniences and teachers moving out of schools and being displaced, and yet you think this would not. That's ridiculous, and you know it is. So I ask you, please vote no tonight, and let's fix this issue rather than create a new one. Thank you.
Emanuel Torres López. Emanuel Torres López.
Hello, my name is Manuel Torres Lopez, Torres, and I am from Alba School in 5th grade. I have been in Alba School since I was in K4. Alba has given many opportunities to grow, not only in learning math, reading, writing, building up my bilingual skills, but also being involved in different programs and clubs like TAP, Adventure Club, Student Council, Peer Mediation, Ballet, and Cantos de las Americas. While attending these different clubs, I have noticed a challenge. I noticed how many teachers and school staff try their best to look for a place where we can have our small weekly meetings or dance practices. I also noticed that the building feels very crowded at times during transitions, especially when Carmen also has transitions in the same hallways as we do. I think that students and staff from both schools deserve their own space to prevent issues, including the safety matters when we practice our fire drills. Both schools come down the stairs, and most of the time we students from Alba feel unsafe that we can get separated from our class because of the difference in size and how Carmen students come down so quickly. We sometimes don't get to be on the side of the rails, and going through the middle of the stairs is kind of also scary. Having each school get their own space will not benefit one school, but other schools to continue growing. If Alba can stay with the building, students will have an even better opportunities and more room to have clubs and practice without worrying about whose turn is it to use the auditorium or look for empty rooms to meet all. If you give Alba the opportunity to use this whole building, we will not disappoint you. Viva la resolution.
Jimena Pérez. Jimena Pérez. Marisela Aguilar Monroy.
All right. Hello, Chair, members of the board, Dr. Posey. My name is Maricela Aguilar Monroy, Aguilarmonroy. So I am an ESL teacher for the district. I worked at Pulaski last year. And the Pulaski students and staff have done a really good job at presenting the arguments for yes. The lack of space, the contradictory policies, the inequity, while the other side has done nothing to address the challenges of co-location and instead has shared anecdotes and personal stories trying to present themselves as exceptional. Well, let me tell you what, Pulaski is exceptional with equally exceptional students and staff. I too am a first-generation graduate. I too was undocumented. I too got a full ride to Marquette University. I too am getting a master's, and I graduated from Hamilton and taught at Pulaski. All the great achievements Carmen has said happen at their school also happen at Pulaski. And it happens while we fully service special education students, EL students, bilingual students, and newcomers in a multicultural and diverse school. Just a few years ago at Pulaski, I had 2 Afghan refugee girls as students. They had never had the chance to go to school before. At Pulaski, we taught those students how to read. We got them to go on the Washington, D.C. field trip. We got them to pass all of their classes, and we got them on their way to graduation. And we do this over and over and over again. Is that not exceptional? Yeah, it is. So Pulaski needs all the space available to them to continue this great work, and I urge the committee to vote yes. I yield the rest of my time.
Gael Lopez. Gael Lopez. Latoya Woods. Alexander Mancilla.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, directors. My name is Alexander Mancilla, spelled Mancilla. I am a Carmen South alum. I graduated in 2019. And so after middle school in 2015, I was looking for a high school that could meet my needs. Specifically, I was looking for a small class size, STEM-oriented classes, and college preparatory credits. So this led me to Carmen. And while I was there, I took advantage of everything. I took 4 AP classes, formed a bond with my advisory peers, and I participated in the internship program for which I received money for college. As a first-generation student, I attended Marquette University, where I earned a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering on a full ride. And after graduation, I have started a career at GE Healthcare, all with the help from the Carmen Network. I know firsthand the positive impact Carmen has had on me and how it helped shape my career pathway. Quality education is a prominent part of the equation for success, and Carmen understands its importance for every student. This is why 100% of my graduating class received acceptance to a 2 or 4-year university, and about 85% of us enrolled immediately in college. Many of us went off to college debt-free or with minimal debt thanks to Carmen's support and advocacy efforts for a better future. I believe that Carmen's holistic and intentional approach to education is a stepping stone for many students like myself, providing opportunities to attend college and dismantling the achievement gap that exists in this country. And this is why it is important for me to ask you to vote no to the resolution, and please do so before June. Thank you for your time.
Alicia Hernandez.
Hi, hi, my name is Alicia Hernandez, Hernandez. I am a loud and proud freshman Eagle at Carmen South High School. I wasn't going to speak tonight, knowing that public speaking causes me anxiety attacks, but hearing what MTEA members are saying tonight has compelled me to speak tonight. Tonight I look around the room. Those here that are in support of Carmen are predominantly people of color. I don't know if I can say that for the other side. To be clear, Carmen is a public school. We are a public school. As a freshman in a co-located school, we also deserve space and equal treatments as MPS students like Alba and Pulaski. Not only that, but I've had roadblocks where my teachers helped me through and get me finished. I want you guys to vote no to resolution tonight. Don't wait for June. Thank you.
Juanes? I cannot read this. Juanes? Last name, Steph. Stevens. Evan Stevens, sorry, that's a beautiful E, now I see it.
Thank you. Good evening, board members.
Good morning, Evan.
Superintendent Posey, board members. It's great, an honor to be here tonight. I hadn't even planned on saying anything tonight, but as I sat here and listened, I had an obligation. I've been in the public school system for over 50 years, starting in 1970. Just like to say something. Young man said something about segregation. And he said, you're dividing people. Well, try riding it. You talk about moving people 2 miles away. Try riding the bus 19 miles one way every day. That's what you're talking about, movement. Tonight, the board has a science problem on their hands. And that problem is, in science, no two objects can occupy the same space that have the same creative energy, which means that one thing has to go, or else you have what? Chaos. You have an explosion. Now, the board has a very strategic position. They have been elected by public personnel. Now, however, Pulaski and Carmen are both public. Carmen is public people, but they are a charter school. They have a different title. So, since the schools were made for public buildings, and the school students that are at Pulaski are public school students, it's like the problem, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do we squash the egg in order to, if we do that, we have no more chickens. If we kill the chicken, we have no more eggs. So you have a problem, a science problem. What are you going to do? You have to make the right decision for the right people. Carmen is great. They will always be great, but they can be great in another building. So I urge you, I implore you, to do the right thing for everybody, so everybody can grow and have their wings spanned. And that's what I'm asking you to do tonight. Do the right thing. Thank all of you.
Amy Mizialko.
Amy Mizialko, Mizialko, MTEA Executive Director. Chair Garcia, President Herndon, Director Zomber, Director Jackson, Director Leonard. Over 2 hours ago, MTA President Ingrid Walker Henry gave the board clerk packets of nearly 1,000 petition signatures and photographic evidence backing up all of the testimony that you have heard here tonight about how students at Alba, as students at Pulaski, do not have space for the most important work that they do every single day in their schools, whether that is confidential space to work with a counselor, a social worker, a therapist, whether that is space to receive federal IEP services from a special education teacher or speech language pathologist. I am asking Chair Garcia, President Herndon, Director Zomber, the board clerk, those packets should be in the hands of all board directors right now. They should have been in the hands of board directors 2 hours ago, and I'm asking where those packets are.
Madam Chair, we did receive the packets. There were copies only for the 5 members here, but because all members of the board will ultimately be voting on this matter, we will ensure that all members of the board receive a copy of the packet.
We are asking that people have packets in front of them right now at this meeting. You can make copies for the other board members. There is a copy for the superintendent and every board director here tonight. Those packets should be in front of elected board directors right now for this meeting.
That it is your call, Madam Chair, if you would like me to distribute those.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
We have no additional speaker slips on this item, Madam Chair.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the names of folks that did not come up in case they appear somewhere. Latoya Woods, Gael Lopez, Jimena Perez, Savannah Thompson, Leah Bishop, Sarah Kempt, Rachel Schluter, and Yandel Santiago Rivera. All right, seeing that nobody else is approaching the podium, that is the end of the testimonies for this specific item. All board members present here today are getting a packet, so these are received. It's pretty hefty. Thank you for this. All right, now that we heard public testimony, do any committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Dr. Leonard.
So, goodness, I've probably written 5,000 different notes on here, so I'm going to try to keep it a little bit toned down. First of all, I have to just, I mean, Director Zomber and I were here when that meeting was in 2015. And I'm going to be very honest, when I sat at that meeting then, I knew that someday this would be the end result of it. And I was angry then, and I'm still sort of angry now because there were people that were leaders at that time that did not foresee the difficulty of doing this action. Okay? And I've got nothing, I've worked with every constituent that I represent. So I have no problem with the Carmen students. I have no problem with, obviously I have no problem with the Pulaski students, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is there's a need for space. There's no question about that. There always has been. And it's not fair to anybody's families. We can't keep coming back here every 3 years to have this fight. We just can't do that. That is a reality that we have to stand up to and make some tough decisions on. The reason that Dr. Posley mentioned the fact of June is because we have some facts before us that we have not had a chance to even look at yet. And there's a big one. One has to do with finances. We have to look at that as board directors. We are held accountable, and we will be scrutinized for facts. We can't just go by testimony. We have to look at everything that's available to us. Those finances, from what I've heard so far, are significant. So we have to look at those finances, find out what they're talking about. As regards to the formula that was changed, and I forget the name of the bill, so I apologize for that. but it's a different way of financing, and it's changed the way we fund both charter schools and, of course, MPS. Another thing that I have to bring up that has not been mentioned at all, and I would have to say that I was called today from somebody from the state to just remind me that if charter schools start leaving MPS, the OSPP is still in place, and it has to be, make sure you do not ignore this fact. So I need to bring that out to this audience and to the public. So if you don't remember what the OSPP is, for those of us that went through that in the past, that was more or less the type of takeover that was permitted by the county executives. We have to, I'm asking the administration to get me information to do a projection on what that would look like if we lost all of our charter schools. I don't believe that if we would lose Carmen, it would have an effect for sure, but I'm not sure what that would look like. But we are losing our charter schools. It has become a trend, and that's a reality that we're living with. And I need to know how that's going to affect our report card, because I do not want to go back into that situation where we go, our report card, our state report card goes back into the red, and then the county executive gets to choose, possibly choose, I'm not going to say he will, possibly choose 5 schools from MPS. So that is something that we cannot ignore. That's a reality and a fact. The last thing that is really put right into the resolution, and I would not touch that resolution because it refers to the strategic plan and how that's going to have to be figured out very accurately. I can't really speak to this as well as probably Director Garcia or Director Zomber. I apologize for that. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there, and I'll let whoever else needs to speak.
Dr. Jackson?
First off, I'd like to say I can appreciate everybody's testimony tonight from all the speakers. And if I could just give a little respect to all the descendants of the Taínos, the Arawak, as well as the Aztecs. With that being said, that's my acknowledgement on that. But also in addition to, we heard the term redlining, segregation. But for me, once again, commercial real estate, it looks as if like eminent domain. But in that same breath, I understand the importance of needing individualized space, as well as I'm in favor of the bilingual education and the IB program that will be growing at Pulaski. There's great things on both sides. And I will say, and I'm just being honest, I see more division amongst the adults than I do the students. That's the glaring part of this. And of everything we talk about is community and leadership, but we as leaders don't lead understanding all eyes are always watching us. So the new leaders are the children that we're teaching. And if we're still talking about division, what in the hell are we doing? But that's just my opinion. But to what Director Leonard said, the financial component that we're not taking into account is huge. And one little gap is $5 million that Carmen brings into this district. How do we fill that gap if no is the vote? How do we fill that gap? In addition to projection, not throwing any shade to past leadership, but proper planning wasn't done. An exit strategy should have been in place. We knew growth would happen. We knew enrollment will happen. So when this occurs, when you hit this number, this is what should happen. And MPS should have helped Carmen come to that agreement or resolution, end to whatever it had been. It should have been a joint partnership like it started, but now it's divided. Us against them, we against this. It shouldn't be, but it is. So to whatever director and administration in the past, we understand there's no blame, but different measures wasn't taken. And now here we are, as a board, as a collective, have to make the tough decision, because I don't stand on the fence or anything. But the respect of understanding that both sides bring great things to this district needs to be acknowledged.
Chairwoman Herndon?
I'd like to thank everyone for being here this evening and speaking with us. And I too was present, not as a board director, just as a member of the public that was very much interested in public education and what was going on in the community related to education. I was sitting in Pulaski when the community meeting was held. And I was very vocal, along with other partners from the community, very, very vocal about this not happening. So it's ironic that today I sit on the board of directors and chartered with the project of trying to get this resolved. For one, I do and have always seen co-location to potentially display aspects of segregation. The years that the co-location at Pulaski has gone on, as well as Alba, there's been people, parents, students at various times coming to the board speaking of the very issues that were spoken tonight. I'm of the mindset that something has to be done. It has to. It's not fair to either school. There's more study for some of the board members and new board members as to the legislative actions that have been taken over a number of years against public schools, as well as the funding. Realistically, I would say that it's sad that this has had to occur, but we can't go on this way. It is not fair. It is, as I've always felt, in my mind, it implied segregation all over again. And the have and have-nots, that was all spoken tonight. I feel it. I felt it. I've listened to these cries for far too many years. So we're going to have to make a decision. It doesn't say Carmen is bad, not by any shape or the imagination, but the bottom line is education in Milwaukee is strictly by choice, and parents do have a choice to send their students where they'd like them to go to school. And to that end, in addition to that, transportation has become the name of the game as well. So Milwaukee Public School students experience bus rides and everything else that just goes with the territory. So we can't really look at those issues as a determining factor to say yay or nay. It's just a fact of education in the city, having so many choices. One thing that I wrote down in addition to that is we have to make a sensible decision, because I'd like to ask administration, how long is the city and the fire department going to allow us to have overcrowded buildings? Nobody mentioned that tonight. If they're that overcrowded, then that means that we're probably over occupancy, right? That forces us into making this decision now. Not tonight, but it's going to have to be for this cycle. In terms of co-location and its impact on the sports, MPS has a tradition of welcoming students from other schools to participate in the sports. So that wouldn't be necessarily impacted by Carmen getting their own building facilities. That would be their choice. So with that, I'll stop and let it move on.
Director Leonard?
Just want to mention this because no matter how we eventually vote on this, and it will be in June most likely, but I have to actually, I'm going to do it properly. I'm going to ask the maker of the resolution. So it's not up to me. It's really up to Ms. Zomber. So as soon as I am done with this next statement, I'm just going to do it properly, do it the right way. But also, no matter what happens, we do have to discuss a few things that I have found even several years ago. So scanning and not scanning, I don't believe that that is something that we should be tolerating. I'm just sorry. It's just a danger. And if something would happen, it makes no sense that how would we justify that? Seriously. So that's something that has to be discussed. And that I'm assuming that will be discussed between our administration and their administration. And then I also think we need to look at, forgive me, I'm looking at all my crazy notes, sorry. I'm looking at the rooms, the number of rooms that we're using in each building, because there's still going to be 2 years, no matter what, where you're co-located. So we've got to figure some of these logistical problems out, because that's really the issue when it comes down to me. For me, it's really not an issue of, I don't look at the ideology and everything. I'm just very pragmatic and practical. To me, I have to agree with Mr. O'Brien and some of the statements that I've heard from some of the administrators. It becomes a systematical and logistical problem. It really has been from the start, and that is the issue. We can't keep going that way and thinking that somehow everything will work out fine, because eventually you end up in classrooms that are extremely overcrowded. I remember being in 1 year in one classroom, I had 52 fifth graders. Well, you can imagine the educational level that was going on in my classroom. I'll be very, very honest with you. I learned how to be a really good circus trainer. Anyway, I apologize for that. Anyway, but so really, Director Zomber, I would just, if you are okay with that, I would appreciate the extra time to get all the data so that we can come together and have all the information, all the data that we can work with before we actually make a real decision. And I'm going to leave that up to you, because that is your resolution.
Director Zomber?
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I do agree that there's more information that the board needs to make an informed decision. So I am comfortable waiting only 1 month before we make a decision. I also do have some questions for administration that I would need answered. So if we look at the enrollment for Carmen Southeast and Pulaski, I'm looking at numbers, the current numbers, 644 for Southeast, 1,055 for Pulaski. The building is divided 800 by 800. I understand there may be conversations currently about building new space. Can anyone talk about how those conversations are going? And if Pulaski is going to continue to have over 1,000 students in only space for 800 students in the next couple of years.
Administration?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, one of the things that I've been made aware that there's been some conversation on the Pulaski side of requesting some new room allocations for the upcoming school year. However, there's not an answer been rendered as of yet, and I think there was a timetable set for that. So we don't have that information, and that is the only one that we are aware of the Pulaski situation.
Follow up.
Do we expect to have an answer before the next AFP meeting?
Administration?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, absolutely we will have an answer before the next committee.
Sure. Do I need to pass the gavel, or can I just speak?
Technically, you should pass the gavel, Madam Chair.
All right. I pass the gavel. All right. First of all, I just want to thank everyone. We had over 200 minutes of testimony that I think are really, really important for us as board directors to hear. We received important information packets, but most importantly, we got to hear from students that have, benefited from the programs that are within our portfolio of options that happen here in our district. But one thing that I think we can all agree on is the fact that, there is an appetite for board members on this current iteration of the board to start looking at sunsetting all things that have to do with co-locations. And this is something that, for me is something that reflects, the equity that everyone is talking about, the adequate space to adequately resource a growing program that we see, within schools in our district and specifically in my neighborhood. I think that having the extra time to really look at not only the financial components of what this decision means is important, but I also do think about the students at Carmen and the families that, have 2 years to process what change is going to look like. And I think that our role as folks who are decision makers is to really help minimize what that disruption can be. Personally, and I've shared this with conversations that I've had, with administration, with, folks with different stakeholders, is the fact that, this specific way that this resolution was introduced really blindsided a lot of the leadership that, in regards to thinking about a solution. Not saying that we're not aware of the issues. I think that looking at between now and the next June meeting, I would really like to work with administration to look at what that process will be like for our partner. We do contract with Carmen. They are part of our school portfolio. But that does not, overshadow the very vivid needs that we're seeing at both Pulaski and Alba. And, that really puts into perspective for us as, school board leaders is how do we really do a thoughtful approach to this that I think was lacking when this decision was made, in a way that is really centering the, dignity of students that live in our neighborhoods. So I say all of this to see if that's something that can be included, within the next time this item comes for the board, to really start thinking about what is that, and I think that Director Jackson had called it the exit strategy. What does that look like? I also know that Carmen is also actively looking for new space. So I think that that's, a step in the right direction, that it's something that they're being proactive about, and hopefully that'll work out, because I think that'll make our jobs a little easier in that regard. So all of that to say that, we're listening to all the testimony that's happening. For me specifically, I live in a split home, so my life partner is a Pulaski graduate. A lot of my friends that I grew up with attended also Pulaski because they had a really, really strong Latinos Unidos organization that when I was at Rufus King High School, we did a lot of partnerships on, and this was nearly 20 years ago. So I say all of this because I realize that, when we talk about the strength that all of these options are bringing, we see it. I see the struggles that current school leadership is undergoing to make things work. And I think that, it's our duty to go beyond just making it work and really creating conditions that help these programs and most importantly, the students thrive. So thank you. I'll take the gavel back. All right, directors on board.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I do want to just quickly address some, this is kind of a repeated concern that I've had about introducing this as a resolution and maybe not some other way. But as individual board members, we can't take the superintendent aside and say, Dr. Posley, Director Zombor, want you to not renew a lease. Like, we can't do that. I also can't, as a board member, bargain or negotiate facilities deals with Carmen. That's not our role. The administration can only do that if the majority of the board directs the administration to do that. And the way the board directs the administration or any of the executive offices per board rules is through a resolution. So I'm trying to follow board rules because I know this is a really hot topic. And I know it seems like this was kind of sprung on people. People didn't know it was coming. But this is how the board, the public board, is supposed to operate. These are our board policies and these are our rules. So I do accept the criticism. I understand how it feels, but I also want to explain why I did it the way that I did. I also just want to comment. I've heard some people kind of talking about the lease agreement, and when you look at UWM, which authorizes charter schools, UWM does not find their charters. They're not responsible for finding independently operated charter schools buildings. The city is not responsible for finding them buildings. The perk of being a non-instrumentality charter and MPS is that sometimes we do have buildings that we can lease or sometimes even sell. And that's kind of historically what has happened. But we don't have the space available in Pulaski or Alba anymore. And instrumentality charters do have to be in MPS buildings. But non-instrumentality charters can be in buildings approved by the MPS board, which is very different. And so I think it's important for people to understand the difference between a non-instrumentality charter and an instrumentality charter and what that means and the risks associated with being a non-instrumentality charter instead of an instrumentality. Non-instrumentality charters do not have district employees. The board really only governs them and anything that's included in their charter contract. We're so much more hands-on with the instrumentality charters, and I think that's why there's kind of this debate about what's public and what's private. So I just want to address that. That doesn't mean that I think MPS needs to make a very good faith effort to work with Carmen to find a comfortable location that would work really well for their students. But I also, in 2 years, I can't say that we have space in Alba or Pulaski anymore. It's just, the space is not available. The other thing I'm wondering if the administration can quickly comment on is the state report card data for the Pulaski and Southeast. I heard something in someone's testimony that made me think people don't realize that the state report card data. And so can someone just comment on how Pulaski and Carmen Southeast are doing, or are we going to do that in June?
Administration?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we will be more than happy to do that at next time, but have Dr. Mel that's on her way out here. She's showing up right now to kind of talk about that data. So Dr. Mel will provide you with the scores of those two particular schools and any other school that you care to hear about. Dr. Mel?
Good evening, Director Garcia, members of the committee, Dr. Melanie Stewart, Director of Research Assessment and Data. This past year, Pulaski had a school report card of 55.1, meets few. Carmen Southeast had a report card of 54.3. Both of them were measured on the same percentages of achievement and growth. There was a difference in the number of students who participated in the assessments between the two schools. Carmen Southeast had a 93.4 participation rate, and Pulaski had a 71 participation rate. And I can answer any other report card questions you have.
Any follow-up?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Director Herndon, you want to say something?
Director Zombor started mentioning something that I was fixing to bring to our attention, because the conversation began to sound like that we were giving administration the directive to go find a spot for Carmen. And I'm glad that Director Zomber started to try to straighten that out, because I don't want people to leave here with the expectation that our administration is absolutely going to find a location. Number one, the district doesn't really have any, but nor do we have the 100% obligation to do so either. So I wanted to clarify that administration will, I'm sure, perform as you requested, but it's not a mandatory thing that's required of the district as an authorizer of charter schools. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Any follow-up? All right, Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Would the administration be prepared to comment on if there are any buildings that could house a high school in MPS, or is that something you need to wait till June to comment on?
Administration?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, yes, we can comment on that tonight. We have excess property. The building that we housed, the McNair building is available. The Happy Hill building is available. So there's two schools that we know that we have. The McNair building has been a high school prior to this, the 612 concept. And then the Happy Hill location is right now has been a elementary school, but one of the charters used it for, I think HOPA used it for when they was making some transitions into their new building.
Any follow-up? All right, does anyone have any other questions, or Director Jackson?
One quick just comment. I know it's not an obligation, but just to keep great working relationships later. That's it, that's all. This doesn't end right here tonight. We still will need to partner later on in life. We just don't know, but I'm big on just keeping relationships. Despite the outcome, we still need to keep great working relationships, once again, to model for our students.
Thank you. All right. So what is Director Leonard? Okay, never mind. All right, so then what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Zambor.
I'd like to move that we hold, and you, Madam Chair, or Clerk, you can tell me if I'm doing this right for your records, but I move that we hold the redlined resolution as attached, not the one that was read into the record, the one that's attached to the June AFP meeting for consideration.
Madam Chair, Director Zambor, members, given the discussion, I believe your intent is to hold the item one cycle?
Sure.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Zambor to hold this item to the June cycle, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you all. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 4. Action on a request for an amendment to the 2024-2025 district-wide school calendar. The recommendation.
I'm sorry, Secretary, let's take a 5-minute recess.
I have to come out here and make like this.
in the attachment.
Would the administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, at the December 2023 board meeting, a district-wide calendar for the 2024-25 school year was presented and approved. Since the approval of this calendar, the needs for minor adjustments have been identified. I have Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer, here to share the adjustments with you, and following, we will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Adria.
Thank you, Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Adria Maddalini, Chief Human Resources Officer. As Dr. Posey alluded to, there's specifically 3 minor amendments or revisions we'll be making to the district-wide calendar for next school year. Specifically, we're looking at moving, we had scheduled on November 8th, professional development / record day scheduled. At the request of various groups and the Elections Commission, we are going to propose to move that record day to November 5th, which is Election Day, because a number of our schools are polling sites, and to reduce the number of individuals in the buildings, in particular students, we would like to go ahead and bring that recommendation to you. Also looking at moving the January 17th record day to January 24th. This will offer better balance in the semesters for our high schools. So that was a recommendation that we thought was necessary in the best interests of the students. And then lastly, we're looking at bifurcating the June professional development day and record day. So therefore, June 6th would be a record day for the K-8 schools, but a professional development day for the high schools. And then on June 16th, it would be a record day for the high schools and professional development day for the K-8 schools. Reason being is we thought it's more conducive for the high schools that the record day will take place right after exams instead of having it earlier in the month. So that's a quick summary of the proposed revisions, and happy to answer any questions.
Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Just a really quick comment about the Election Day. I know this comes up a lot with staff in schools about not having school on election days, and I'm wondering if this can be a possible item that we can look at LRP about having some kind of policy around election days and the calendar, since it's a recurring issue. I don't have a formal request right now, but just putting that out there is something maybe we can look at when there's not a storm coming. We're all trying to get out before.
Administration?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, we will be more than happy to do just that. We had it one year. A board member had it done for 1 year, but we did not codify it in policy in any kind of way. So yes, this is something that we could take a closer look at.
Thank you. All right, is there members of the public that wish to make comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request to speak on this item.
Excellent. Then what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Leonard.
I move that we accept the amended calendar for the next school year.
Is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Leonard to approve the administration's recommendation relative to the 2024-25 district-wide school calendar, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye. Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Next item is item 5, action on monthly finance matters. Authorization to make purchases, report on change orders in excess of $25,000, report on revenues and expenses, the monthly expenditure control report, report on budget transfers, report on contracts under $50,000 and their cumulative totals, the report on monthly grant awards, and the acceptance of donations. The recommendation is that the board, 1, authorize the purchases, and 2, accept the donations as listed in the attachments with appropriate acknowledgement to be made on behalf of the board.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, this evening, we're asking for your approval on the monthly finance matters before you. Janina Domchek, Director of Procurement and Risk Management Services, is here with me. And after she makes some corrections that need to be made, we will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Janine.
Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Janina Domchek, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. We'd like to bring to your attention that in attachment 6 of this item, which is the report on contracts under $50,000 and cumulative total report, we found duplicates on page 11, and wanted to inform you that since this has been, since the publication, we have corrected these items, and we're now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Have the corrections been uploaded?
They have not at this time, Madam Chair. We will ensure that the corrected item is swapped in before the regular board meeting.
Perfect, thank you for that. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask any questions? All right, do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
There are no requests to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Then what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Jackson.
Yes, I move that we accept the monthly finance reports and authorization to make purchases.
Is there further discussion? All right, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Jackson to approve the administration's recommendations relative to the monthly finance matters, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Perfect. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 6, action on the award of professional services contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the professional services contracts as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, this evening we're asking for your approval on the professional service contracts before you. Janina Domchek, Director of Procurement and Risk Management Services, is here with me this evening. And between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Do committee members wish to make comments or ask any questions? Do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
We have no request to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
All right, then what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to this item? Director Jackson.
I move that we accept, the award of the professional service contracts.
Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Jackson to approve the administration's recommendations relative to the award of professional services contracts, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 7, action on the award of exception to bid contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the exception to bid contracts as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, we're asking for your approval on this month's exception to bid contracts. Janine Domchek is here with me, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
All right, do committee members wish to make comments or have any questions? No? All right, do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
We have no request to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the committee in regards to this item? Director Leonard.
I move that we accept the exception to bid contracts.
All right, is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Leonard to approve the administration's recommendations relative to the exception to bid contracts, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 8 is action on a request to waive Administrative Policy 3.09, Parent 9, Parent E, to enter into contracts for screening assessment and Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. The recommendation is that the board authorize the request to waive Administrative Policy 3.09, Parent 9, Parent E, and enter into the contract as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, the item before you on this evening's agenda is a request to waive Administrative Policy 3.09 and to enter a contract for screening assessments for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. I have the team here with me this evening, and we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or have any questions? Chair Herndon.
I move that we accept the recommendation of administration.
All right, just to double check, do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
There are no requests to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
Perfect. There is now a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Herndon to approve the administration's recommendation, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 9 is action on monthly facilities matters. The FMS Award of Construction, Equipment Purchase, and Contract Modification Recommendation. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached construction, equipment purchase, and contract modifications.
Would administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, we are asking for your approval on this month's facilities matters related to awards of construction, equipment purchases, and contract modification recommendations. Sean Kane, Senior Director, Facilities and Maintenance Services, is here with me this evening to report out on this item, after which we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks, Sean.
Chair Garcia, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Senior Director, Facilities and Maintenance Services. Pretty much what we have in front of us is we have some construction contracts that we're looking for approval, equipment purchases, and then some contract modifications.
Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
We have no request to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Then what is the pleasure of the committee in regards to this item? Director Jackson.
I move that we accept the monthly facility matters.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Jackson to approve the administration's recommendation, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 10 is action on a request to approve the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, MTEA, nomination to the Retirement Plan Committee. The recommendation is that the board approve the nomination of MTEA President Ingrid Walker-Henry to the membership of the Retirement Plan Committee.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the item?
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The Retirement Plan Committee was formed just about a year and a half ago in response to an audit finding that we could implement a best practice for the organization, MPS, to oversee its retirement plans that it offered to employees. The membership of that committee is defined by the charter that was also approved by the board at that time. The MTEA has a seat in that membership. That seat was recently made vacant with the departure of then MTEA President Amy Mizialko. The MTEA has notified the Retirement Plan Committee that it intended to nominate the new current president, Ingrid Walker-Henry. That action actually does require formal approval by the board, and that is our recommendation this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? All right, do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
We have no request to speak on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the committee in regards to this item? Director Herndon.
Okay. I move that we accept the recommendation of MTEA President Ingrid Walker-Henry to the Retirement Plan Committee.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Herndon to approve the recommendation of the Office of Accountability and Efficiency relative to the nomination to the Retirement Plan Committee, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
Item 11 is action on Resolution 2425R-002 by Director Carr on establishing a Community Accountability Commission. The recommendation is that the resolution be placed on file.
Would the administration please present the item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, this evening, we have before us Resolution 2425R-002. The administration recommends this resolution be placed on file. Thank you.
All right, do we have any members of members of this committee that wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Herndon.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendation of administration on this item.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to make comments?
Madam Chair, we had one member of the public register to speak virtually. They have since left the platform, and technology has confirmed that they have not joined.
Okay. Well, for the person who had signed up, I encourage you to send us your comments via email or fax. All right, what is the pleasure of the committee in respect to, we have the motion, sorry about that. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Herndon to approve the administration's recommendation, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Zomber.
Aye.
And Chair Garcia.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes, the motion passes.
Perfect. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on this meeting's agenda.
There being no further business before this committee, this meeting is adjourned.